Good evening, everybody. It is quite late on a Sunday, but the beta is not going to be with us forever. In fact,
Is
it is going off. It's going to be going off of. Sorry, it will be closing and fully closing. So I don't know if this is of interest to anybody, but basically, the way Weather Factory handled the beta keys for Book of Hours is that. You they sort of opened up. They had there's like a beta branch or a beta, like a specific beta product on Steam, and with each sort of phase of the beta they've added some new testers in, and this is essentially to make sure that the start of the game is still accessible to new people. This may have its origins. Again, I actually got a comment on a video. I think they deleted it afterwards, but so apologies if you're the person who left that. It's helpful for me to describe this, asking if I was a developer for the game. I wish I was this clever. So Weather Factory is a small team, no longer just Alexis Kennedy and Lottie Bevan. There is a member of the community, Chalnock, who's helping out. There also used to be some other people who were associated with an earlier version of the game, but those are, I think, the three sort of in terms of the core, sort of the main gamey things you would think about. I believe Clockwork Cuckoo is still doing the icons for the game. Hello, RFSMGG 00. I actually, we can go to the credits, and we don't need to speculate on who was contributing. But yeah, no, obviously I've been following this stuff for a while though. So, because that came up, I wanted to just maybe offer that clarification, because I'm going to be speculating in terms of the reasoning as to why Book of Hours has the sort of beta phases that it does. One of the earlier projects made by the lead developer, Alexis Kennedy, was a game called Sunless Sea, which is quite enjoyable if you have not tried it. But I am actually in the cohort of people that they sometimes talk about in terms of things they would do differently with the game. And in this case, I think, so if I recall correctly, Sunless Sea was a Kickstarter based off of a successful but not, I don't think it was fully covering its costs, web game called Fallen London. It was sort of one last kind of push to see if they could kind of keep the studio going. And it wound up running a very successal Kickstarter, and it was a very successful game. But I also believe it was either in early access for a long time, or actually maybe it wasn't early access, maybe it was just a beta for the backers. In any case, they very often talk about the fact that the game was sort of tuned to the feedback of people who had been participating in this early beta from the start. And this is reflected in the fact that Sunless Sea is very difficult to get into at the start. It's quite unforgiving in terms of its difficulty, and the enjoyment of it is maybe not as clear if you don't spend some time sort of wrestling with the game. You might actually say that that's true of Cultist Simulator as well, but I would actually argue it's more so in the case of Sunless Sea. And people had recommended Sunless Sea to me quite a few times, and I'd tried it, but I was actually one of those people who fell in under the, I'm not entirely sure what people see in this category, because I just sort of found that, I would run out of food, or I'd lose sanity quite quickly, and I wasn't able to appreciate all of the really interesting stories and the back and forth. Now, I'm trying to think what it was that made me, I think it was maybe just this determination to see what people really liked about it. But in any case, I did finally stick through it. I think I got a rather lucky run with a very good ship. I think I came into a lot of money, and I was able to get a ship that sort of wound up solving a lot of difficulties that I ran into. And so that was when I finally got to go to a few different islands and appreciate some of the different stories and sort of see this much bigger world than I had from my first forays into the Neath. But in any case, I have the suspicion that the way that the beta was structured was to try and deal with that early lesson in terms of well, not just one, but I believe both of the developers. Although I don't think Lottie was on the original Sunless Sea. I think she was on Submariner though. But in any case, it's by the way, I did promise credits. So design, writing, and coding: Alexis Kennedy; art, UI, production: Lottie Bevan; coding, testing, and support: Chelnock; icon art, Clockwork Cuckoo; room art by Adrian Degan. I'm sorry, that was one name that I forgot. And the lovely music you're listening to, music by Mickey Mar Productions Limited, Maribeth Solomon, Brent Barkman, with eternal thanks to Mickey Erb. But yeah, in any case, so I have a suspicion this is the reason. Actually, you know what? I don't think I reported. I still want to get my bug reporting in, and I don't think I actually submitted this one. Oh, maybe I did. But yeah, so essentially people, more and more keys have been going out to people for this product on Steam that isn't sort of Book of Hours sort of full stop. So what's going to happen on Monday, to my understanding, is that basically everybody's key to this secret beta product is going to be revoked, and that's going to be when Weather Factory just sort of put their heads down and they focus entirely on getting the game into sort of its final shape for release. And even then, I suspect probably there's a limit in terms of, if you notice, there was a tweet that was put out. So if you're a broadcaster, they actually have put out requests for if you want to stream Book of Hours, you can put in the request. And they said that those are going to be coming out pretty soon, and within the next couple of weeks or so. So even then, I'm not entirely sure what the embargo and all of that is going to look like, but it would be fair to say that the kinds of, like, the experience that will potentially be displayed to the outside world basically is all kind of coming together within the next couple of weeks. This, of course, doesn't mean that there isn't going to be, more development. Not only am I sure there's going to be development on the game right up until the release date, but there is the talk of the Perpetual Edition. So for those of you who didn't play Cultist Simulator at the start, when you bought the game in the first week of its announcement or its release, basically there was you would get access to all of the DLC for life. So this actually worked out very well for the Cultist Simulator people, because not only did you get the dancer, the priest, the medium, but the exile also, that was a really, really big DLC, and that was included inside of that as well. And obviously that was priced higher than the other DLC as well. So obviously the amount of DLC that gets released for Book of Hours is probably going to depend on how well the game does. They have planned, I think they've even said, I don't know if they've said how many, but they've definitely committed to making sure that the Perpetual Edition is in fact a thing of value, that, like, something that is worth it. So even if the game doesn't sell all that well, it sounds like there will still be some DLC that is released. But I suspect probably a little bit like Exile, depending on the overall success for the game, I would assume that you probably will see a bit more expansion if people indicate that there is a taste for it. But anyways, all of that out of the way, we're probably in the last few hours of the Nocturnal beta. and I am looking forward to spending as much time with this as I can. So we're going to be picking up from the playthrough that I did on Friday. Welcome back, librarian. Everything is remembered. Hush House endures. Okay, so it's afternoon. A £1 note. A noble paper in soothing green. Britannia lounges on her throne, flaming hammer propped insouciantly across her knee. Algrin's mostly lurking, work tomorrow, and a rough and tiring weekend. Have a fantastic stream. Thanks for stopping by, Algrin's. Sorry the weekend wasn't what you wanted, but I appreciate you lurking nonetheless. I am very excited for... actually, before you go, Algrin's, I don't know if you heard this, but there's now environmental sounds for like for all the weather events. Well, we'll see, because the way, like, when it's stormy, it is properly stormy, but when you go inside, you can sort of hear the... Oh! We should still be able to hear the booms of the thunder. Yeah, there we go. So we'll have to see about the volume when it comes to whether that isn't a storm, because it seemed to work rather well for everything else. Okay, let's think about our next steps. Okay, so we had some or actually, what we're gonna do here, I think I said I specifically left it during the... Sorry, I think I left the day as a... Sorry, I'm trying to get these paintings aligned. Close enough. Yeah, I think what I was gonna do was... I think I was going to let the day cross over and see what of the new books we could examine, and then of course we want to catalog the 4 new books. But I think first thing we want to do is see how far the day will go. Alright, snow. By the way, if the Perpetual Edition works the way... If Perpetual Edition works the way that it did with... if it works the way that it did with Cultist Simulator Perpetual Edition, I believe the... out of curiosity, I think the... Let me know if the mix isn't working well here with snow, because the snow's still... snow's still making sounds, but it should be a little bit more representative of what the rest of the environment sounds like. But yeah, like... I've really liked everything that Mickey Moore has done with these developers. So Sunless Sea has a very memorable soundtrack as you start going into port, when that very recognizable theme comes in that kind of makes you feel like you're home. Cultist Simulator has a very memorable soundtrack. It's one that I've occasionally put on the background, usually if I'm doing a bit of research and I want to add some mystery into the, into the into my environment. This, to me, is just a whole other step above. you know, and again, it's absolutely no disrespect to the previous music, but this is one that I like. This is something to buy for sure on its own. I think this is a very beautiful piece of. Well, I mean, this alone is a very beautiful piece of music, but I'm a huge fan of this music. But yeah, so the Perpetual Edition, I believe, refers to gameplay DLC rather than the like every extra product that you can get. Musicians need to eat too. Okay, so we've got snow, so that's 3 sky, 3 winter. As always, we want to see what we can get with that. So if we want to go up to the 3rd floor, that's a heart or a sky job. So if we think about this, right, we already get 1 sky from Mr. Kill. So if we add the snow, that brings us up to 4. So the question is there a way that I would be able to bring him up to 6? Well, presumably with the Faust and the Astrolabe, we would be able to bring that to up to the required level. The question is that how I want to use the sky? Because we also have some texts that we want to read, and I don't think we've had much success reading the sky texts. So Traveling at Night Volume 2 on Resonance, which probably should be beside Traveling at Night. So if we wanted to try that, let's just play around for a second and see how we might be able to use the snow to read the book. So we would have our Foss, so that would be R1. Our sort of our base is 4. But I think in terms of all of my skills, I only have 1 sky. So, you know, the thing here, I suppose, there's a couple ways that I look at this. One would be, okay, so we don't have what we need to be able to read this sky text, but we're close. We just need that, you know, 1 more sky. We've got a 1 in 3 chance that it's, you know, like a painting or something that we need. And the thing is, I really don't like that 1 in 3 chance, because we have something that we know we can make use of, which is the Motley Tower. There might be others as well. So, for instance, nope, not the Shadowed Atrium. Could I get an 8 winter? So if we took the Whist, that would be good for 2. So Kill already has 2, so this would bring it up to 5. This would bring it up to 7. So where would I get the 1 extra 8 from? I could probably give him some kind of an ingredient or material. But last I checked, that doesn't actually have a lot of books, so it's not as important to me as some of the other locations. So then the other alternative would be the music room, and again, the music room doesn't give me texts. Then again, so neither does the Motley Tower 3rd floor, if memory serves. But I think we are going to try and go for the Motley Tower. So now that we know what we're going to do with the day, we're going to talk whist with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys the chance to catch up with me. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Now, there's a few other things that we want to try and do here. What I have been doing lately has been going to the Sweet Bones and working, and honestly, that's not the most exciting thing that I could be doing right now. If you think about it, I have a £1 note, and while that's helpful for hiring people to do things, I feel like I should maybe be, I probably should be doing a bit more with my characters. Actually, there's one other thing. We do have fishermen now. So I'm just going to open up my spreadsheet. Can you use a tool to read? No, you cannot. You could theoretically use a tool during the reading, but if you wanted to consider a book, so we'll just take Traveling at Night as an example. So I add a soul, a skill, and a memory. So the snow would be the memory. So in this case, it would be not snow stories. Glaciary and lightsmithing, yeah. So it's close. If I could level up one of the skills, that would be it. But basically, the tool would be well, probably not this tool, but the tool would be the way that I can bring this guy home. But like I said, I'm mostly dealing with certainty here. So when it comes down to the certainty, I have a couple of rooms that I can unlock, which would give me access to new tomes, which in theory would be able to get me access to skills before I worry about the rest. So in this particular case, I prefer using it to upgrade my follower. Now, I was mistaken actually. So if I talk to a fisherman, they are good for 2 moon and 1 sky. Now, it doesn't really change the calculation all that much. We're still going to talk with Mr. Kill with Faust and Snow. But the fisherman is actually good for more sky, so. One of the things that I like about sort of the way... Oh yeah, sorry, I worked out what I was going to do with Mr. Kill, but not with the rest of my skills. One thing I do really like about Book of Hours is, like, when you think about reading a book, and it's just like, it's the little things that really matter to me here. You know, you're reading a book and you're trying to specifically get an understanding of its sort of special arcane contents, let's say. And I just really like this idea. So there's like the memory element in terms of studying it, and the fact that the weather has an effect. Like the way that they were able to make the feeling of like reading a good book on a rainy day and turn that into a game mechanic, I think is really neat. All right, so let's think about the next few steps. So I suppose the question is, what do I currently have available to me? So the Impertinent Vitulation seems like it should be something that I can read. I've got the 2 Grail here, but I actually don't really have that much in terms of Grail memories. I could get up to 4 with memories, but I don't have Grail skill. Sorry, that's not true. I do actually have a Grail skill, Pentiments and Precursors. So I suppose if I was feeling lucky, I could take a shot. I could take a shot with that. It is one of my riskier choices. Yeah, so the drawback to trying to read the Grail text, if I mess it up, then I might lose my Arab, which means that I potentially lose my source of heart for further investigation. But I think that's going to be what I do. So the Arab is going to be left aside. I'm going to wind up talking with Mr. Kill over and over until we can get what we need. Now, as far as the rest of the house is concerned, if I can get 5 lantern, so with Reverend Timothy, I can't use my Faust to level him up. With Denzel, I couldn't access Denzel without using the Arab, so yeah, it would have to be Reverend Timothy with the Faust. So I don't see... Yeah, I don't really see a path. Oh, sorry, it was Fisherman was 2 moon, not 2 sky. So, alright, so with that in mind, so if we bought a Fisherman, so we can get them up to 3 with the... Okay, actually, we may be able to get to the abandoned bedroom as well. Yeah, so if I read 108... Okay, so we're going to say the Arab... Okay, so these are reserved for the characters I'm talking to. I'm going to go to the Sweet Bones and hire a fisherman. Assistance from a fisherman in the winter when the storms close the seas. The fishermen will offer their services for $1 a day. Fishermen offer moon and a little sky. Okay, now I want to guarantee certain outcomes. So in this case, we're going to read the scale text, 108. Ava de Wolf discourses on the fifth history, and particularly on those said to have passed over from it, the great hooded princes, the Nocturnal who ascended under the mother of ants, but now, so Ava claims, honor the horned axe. So I think we can afford to use the FET here. So scale secured, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. I'll just double check that my health is not available for... Oh, no, I could use my health to... Does that make sense? Well, FET's worth less in the Sweet Bones, so... And then I am going to visit Crowcross Sands with my health and quenchings and quellings. What has the sea seeded today? And then I think I will catalog a book using Whist. Oh, I could have read The Locksmith's Dream, Stolen Reflections. Oh yeah, actually, I definitely could have read a few of the Sky texts here. No biggie. Okay, this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. All right. Fishermen in this part of the world have a reputation as smugglers, and worse than smugglers. Those days are past, mostly, and mostly they just catch pilchards now, but they still remember the words spoken in silence to the moon and the sea. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is improve the fishermen with Tryst. So that's to boost their moon aspect. Secret sorrows may join our strengths, boosts moon and moth. A tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He has also been known to try his hand very diffidently at poetry. So we're going to worry about buffing the fisherman first, and then we will get Mr. Kill where he needs to be. What happened here? I now have an idea of this book's nature and its content. So this is The Queen's Turn, a 16th century translation of the Barrowchild's account of Lagia's turn. When Lagia, the queen unsated, was offered the opportunity to enter the service of the Hours of the Triple Knot, as long as she repudiated her brother-lover Antaios. Okay. What does not bark? I want to try and get a little more organization here, but one of these things is not like the other. We shouldn't have that much trouble with lantern. With sky texts. I'm still happy with the way that I made this all work out, but okay. So we've got our moon collaboration. We're still waiting on securing this, so we are going to have a chat with Mr. Kill about the snow. Actually, let's talk about the Fost first, because I can still theoretically use the snow for other things. Together we'll be watchful. So you can kind of see, right, how I used up all my elements of the soul at the Sweet Bones previously, whereas here there's quite a bit that I can get done, which is a little bit more aligned with kind of advancing in the game. So there's the confounding parable. That's what we needed for the fisherman to get to level 5, so we're good there. Nothing to really consider at the moment, so we're going to wait on that. Now, if I wanted, I can always just try and rest and recover one of the elements of the soul, but I'm less inclined to do that because it does cost a... it does wind up costing me the... costing me a drink, and I don't actually have... Like, I haven't been able to make any new drinks yet, so I can discuss this memory with my assistant. So we'll use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. So our big move today has less to do with reading books, although we will make an effort with the Arab. Our hope here is going to be to unlock 2 rooms. But if it turns out that we can unlock a... if it turns out that we can get a book as well, so much the better. Got Ava's locks, a pale rack washed up on the beach by Brandkrug. Okay, I'm gonna try and dump a couple of items. There is some more organization I want to do, but for now, yeah, we can stick it in there. Alright, here we go. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. So, we will open up the abandoned bedroom. A crooning whisper haunts this room. It must once have been luxurious, and will be again once I have it restored, but I will need help to lay the restless presence that drifts here. So, in this case, 60 seconds, that's added in the game. We are now ready to talk with Mr. Kill. So just as a verification, we need... Oh, right, yeah. So let's talk with the astrolabe first. Again, this is just because I have... this is the one thing that I can't recover. So I can lend my assistants something to help increasing their abilities. You'll still be able to use the tool. Now, if it seems like we're not able to, get the grail that we need to read the text, one option I have would be to just use the Arab to catalog another book. Let's do is boosted their aspects appropriately, and of course with the 3, now we're ready to lock in the snow. It's kind of important to get the talking stuff out of the way. If I mistime it, then I'm not able to buff them, and it means all that effort has kind of gone to waste. So, but we're good. We'll at least. So our main goal for the day. Our main goal for the day has been completed. It's interesting seeing what challenges ask for what aspects. Do you mean in terms of the rooms, or are you thinking of other specific challenges? Okay, so the Severn Chamber. In the days of the DeWolfs, this chamber was reserved for the heir of the house, though it was originally furnished for Hafren, the woman of uncertain lineage who became Baron Walter's mother and bequeathed her unusual pale eyes and hair to Walter and his descendants. The rooms, gotcha. So in this case, we've got the serpent-haunted bedroom. So out of curiosity, what would you think the... this is, for what it's worth, one thing I really enjoyed about Cultist Simulator was how it felt like I kind of wound up on the same wavelength as the game. So there were some challenges where I just kind of have an impression in terms of what the answer should be. Wasn't always right, but more like I noticed the more that I played, the more it kind of made sense, and it wasn't just memory. It was just like I'd encounter new things and it would roughly feel correct in terms of what sort of aspects it might be. So in the serpent-haunted bedroom, bright-scaled, watchful snakes lie coiled on every surface. I think some of them might be real. So out of curiosity, if you had a guess, what aspects do you think would be relevant for the serpent-haunted bedroom, if you care to play this little game? Nock seems like the obvious one, yep. Any thoughts as to what the second might be? I'm going to take a second here and finish talking about the weather. And now I'm going to see if I can get a Grail memory off of Mr. Kill. Actually, I was just going to take... Or I guess I couldn't read the text to get a satisfaction anyway, so... in the meantime, we can examine the contents. So we've got a fringed lamp, a cozy little nightlight. We've got Ashertine. So lies written in Ashertine tend to fade or be misspelt. It's legible in the dark and ink of revelation. Abduction, salvation. Either interpretation is possible or plausible. Moth orchid scented candle. Bedside candle holder to comfort you during the dark hours. A chimeric larva approaching the chrysalit's crossroads. So this is cooperative. No trouble at all, at least for now. It's a beast. Perhaps winter? We'll find out. So, knock and scale. Which makes sense when you think about it, right? So, with the new aspects, there's an even more obvious one for for serpents. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, we'd listen. So if we could have talked with Reverend Timothy, it would have worked. That would have worked well for us, but whoops. Not ready to move the furniture. Knighted chair. Solid, comfortable, oddly unobtrusive. Okay, solace. I don't think that gets me what I need. That does have some sky to it, though. Yeah. So I do want to mess around with the chimeric larva at some point. Maybe that'll be what I use my Arab for. We do have the chirping of despair coming up. I think the gossip is just one grail. So that would be 2, 4 on a 6. So I think the problem here is I don't have a 2 grail painting to, oh. I mean, how brave am I? You know what, honestly, I don't see a reason to risk this. I think there are better deals for us. So let's consider our little friend here. So the chimeric larva approaching the chrysalis crossroads. 2 knock, 2 moon, 4 moth. A beast when it moves, and it's not the wind, and it's not a person. It's comfort. Hush House has been called bleak, but usually only by those who have never been inside, and cooperative. No trouble at all, at least not just now. Inspect this beast. It can be more rewarding to talk with a beast, though. Who's a cute little larva? You are a cute little larva. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. So I could also offer it food. Can't be an egg. But I'm just gonna spend time with the larva. And I think we are going to unlock the Motley Tower 3rd floor. The theoplasmic miasma that hung around the room below is a little stronger here and a little different, with a rotten, musky scent that suggests a decaying reptile house. Perhaps something layered here after the inhabitants departed. Perhaps the inhabitants dreamed unwisely. In any case, the right counter-influences will dispel it. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So the reason there's a few reasons I didn't commit the Grail to the book, but the big one here is I would also, not only is there the potential that I would lose the Arab, but I would also potentially lose, I'd potentially lose the, or like it wouldn't renew in time for the next day, so if I needed Mrs. Kill for something, I'd be sort of stuck in another, speaking of the witch, she shall reveal her aspect. I can never remember if it's the witch and sister or the sister and witch, which is stronger in Grail. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Hungry larva, twitching voraciously. A new room. The Motley Tower, Regensburg room. The physician Natan lived here in the 15th century, and his family after that tolerated by the monks until King Henry dissolved the foundation and granted the isle to Hendrik. Hendrik turfed them out of the tower and, furnished the place more to his own taste, but when Christopher Elopoli moved in 400 years later, he restored what he could. Elopoli wrote at the time of his sympathy as a rootless foundling for the outcast Natan. I don't know what I am, but I don't think I'm English. So there is one text for us to check out. We have got our benefactor, evidently someone who donated to the Curia but preferred to remain anonymous. Our benefactress, evidently someone who donated to the Curia but preferred to remain anonymous. A reference image. This is no kind of reference for conventional medicine. Human hair, of interest to wig makers, cushion stuffers, or crude sorcerers. Storm-tossed mirror, solid workmanship, but not obviously remarkable. The motley bed, an exile slept here long ago. A weighty bedside candle holder to comfort you through the dark hours. A wine-dark chair, an elegant 18th century piece imported from France. And the Natan desk. It's an apothecary's desk, all right, but it dates from at least 100 years after Natan of Regensburg came here. Of course, his son, his grandson, and his great-grandson were all Natans too. And a bag of tricks. Oh! Useful, a treacherously subjective term. Does this contain anything useful? We will find out tomorrow, I suppose. Current affairs, what's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will this season bring? Yearly stipend. The yearly wait, are we in spring already? Huh. The yearly stipend from St. Ronwin's has arrived, along with the usual rather sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. And a silver spintra, so that's worth 4. Occult treasures are purchased with occult coins. Spintra. Silver spintra are more valuable and usually display scenes of debauchery on their reverse side. An offer from Oriflammes. Oriflammes established 1776. Sense, Signs, Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase A Snare of the Tree, Collected Proverbs Avant Mopsy. This is very... I do happen to have a book called The Snare of the Tree. What is its full title? The Snare of the Tree and Other Perilous Seductions. Essays on the Dangers of Game Design. Once in the wood we call a visit. Twice in the wood we call a journey. Thrice we call coming home. So it's an 8 grail text, which will cost me 1 spintra. So it's not the worst. I think I will add to the collection. What else can we do to make the most of the day? So, if it is spring, we don't have access to the fishermen anymore. So Scale Forge and Moon. Clouds would give us the 1 moon for... Okay, so we can get them up to 2 moon, 3... Well, okay, let's... So first thing I should realize is that my options in terms of places to explore haven't changed that much. So if I hired the miner, I could bring them up to 3 scale with my health, and if I could get a fear, which I think I can, actually maybe I can. Okay, let's take a different approach. So first of all, I'm putting this in the too hard pile. So with what I've got right now, so let's say, hypothetically, if I wound up... So let's say I've got my Faust here. Let's say, hypothetically, I wind up with a... Okay, so if I wind up with a 2 sky memory... It'd have to be a Beguiling Melody or a Storm form, I think, so that's actually kind of rare. Okay. I'm gonna have to talk with someone. I think that much is clear. So my best option for talking is Mr. Kill. We'll visit the moor. Gather in spring, the gorse is bright on the land's nape. Okay. I'm pretty sure there was a 4 moon. All right, yeah. So if I take my Tryst, actually the Tryst, the Magaphine mysteries, and the clouds alone are are enough to solve this. So I don't need to get clever with this. All right, moon a culmination. I can master this mystery enough moon to match mystery moon. I'm going to save the Faust for the possibility that we can read one of the sky texts. And the Fet and Whist will go into cataloging books. Catalog a book from the baronial period. Fet is rose. 2 rose, 1 moth. I think it was a failed reading. So I do have a spreadsheet with the this is why it sounds like I'm talking off the mic every once in a while. I've recorded the memories I've gotten from certain books. So the ones I have are Black Nephrite, Hunting Journals of Brian DeWolf, 7 Faces of Icarus, Treatise on the Underplaces, and True History of Valentine DeWolf. Now I think we have Black Nephrite somewhere here, but I don't think I can read it. Oops. All right, let's do some cataloging. Nope, I don't have a desk to catalog with the Fet. Well, that can't be right. So again, just to reiterate, the Faust I'm holding in reserve to pick up. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. I'm curious if the larva looks different when it's hungry. Oh, interesting. It seems like it might have reset over the season, because it's not listed as hungry anymore. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. So Keon at Abydos, that's a 6 winter text. I feel like that's something we can manage. It did give me a fear, but the question is whether or not that was a one-up, because that's the first time I've ever talked to that's the first that I've ever talked to a pet. So there is the possibility that the larva gives me a fear on its own. You know, just as a default behavior. Is there someone en route to Hush House? But I don't want to bank on it, right? That is going to take up one of my elements of the soul, and I had more useful things to do with them for now. Right, Oriflams, thanks you for your customs. So we've got Tin Spintra. Occult treasures are purchased with occult coin. Spintra. Tin Spintra are usually display a wild face on their reverse side, shouting, screaming, or singing. Okay, we are going to put that, it's not exactly in the too hard pile, but it's close. So I'm kind of just banking on it being something I can read in the near-ish future. Consultation, nothing particular is afoot. Any visitors this season will likely just want a general consultation. Okay, so it looks like the previous one, the previous event is gone now. So in this case, Mr. Peter Agdistis. Some of you may remember this from The Dancer. Musician, mystic, impresario. Agdistis was a dancer once. One cannot see him without knowing it. The wound in his thigh keeps him from the stage, but every movement still has the cadence of a prayer. So he understands Frisian, as do I, Greek, as do I, Aramaic, as do I, also understands Fusine. He's looking for sky and heart. So the question is, do I want the Spintra or do I want the language? I suppose I should take a look at the works. The Memory of God, so this is actually something that I can translate. Okay, so I'd be able to bring with my heart. Okay, yeah, so I would have been able to explore further, but I used my heart to pick up things from the moor. All right, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. So the Orchid Transfiguration's a feast. That's a little more likely for me to be able to read, but it's a bit like the Impertinent Vitulation. We do still need a couple things to break my way for that to come all the way through. What did we get from the crossroads? Hawthorn Blank, of wood favored by the horned axe. So that's the second one we picked up. Oh, hang on. So I can use the serpent-styled glass on the miner, and we will still be able to bring them up to level 5. So we're going to go to the Sweet Bones with Florin, pick up the miner, talk to them about the fear, talk to them with the hourglass, and get them to unlock a room for us. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. So we need to wait until we're done talking with Mr. Kill. Where I can, I'd still like to talk with Mr. Kill to see if we can get a memory that we need, but... Okay. What does not bark? Alexander Probst writes warily of Calyptra, a law, a principle, or society which prevents the dissemination of dangerous knowledge. I'm reading. Calyptra, like the planet that occludes the star, or in the Doylean dog that fails to bark, can be identified only by its absence. Even the name, I think, must be a mask. Calyptra is said to make... okay, sorry, just one second. Let me just read this text again. What does not bark? Alexander Probst writes warily of Calyptra, a law, principle, or society which prevents dissemination of dangerous knowledge. Calyptra, like the planet that occludes the star, or the Doylean dog that fails to bark, can be identified only by its absence. Even the name, I think, must be a mask. Calyptra is said to make exceptions for specifically for the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. Does it make those exceptions so the Hours can make use of them? Okay. And that got us a memory storm. So that's the first text in my list that does so. And we've got edicts inviolatable. Inviolatable? I've gained more understanding of the edicts inviolable. Okay, a few things to do here. So first of all, we will consider the edicts. A new skill, the precepts of occlusion and disillusion. Their jealous enforcement is the nature of the Calyptra. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember where I gotta find a place to put this wood. Actually, we can put the sand. I'll put the sand in here. Alright, so we've got our 4-scale minor, just one more with the hourglass, and we will be able to unlock a new room. This is the serpent-styled glass. Carved snakes writhe down the frame. A prominent inscription reads, "To the librarian Gervinius in earnest of our wager. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities." The rest of it I'm going to use... the rest I'm going to use to get memories from Mr. Kell. All right. 2 heart, 1 moon, and it is a horomachistry and preservation, so this is still window shopping. Okay, so a core is helpful, as is a metal. However, I believe we can get a metal from Bells and Braziers. So this would be a good example. Like, this is the kind of decision I find really tough. So we've got 6 elements of the soul right now. So Arab, Faust, Whist, Fet, Health, and Trist. What I need are Shapt, Core, and Metal. So we've got Shapt and Core already. Sorry, I just got an email. I don't know what the opposite of useful is, but it's that that email I just got. I felt like maybe Edict's Liminal should have given me a shop. Anyways, yeah, I think Shopped is going to be the one that's tough. I think that one's going to be tough for us to actually pick up. Oh, never mind. I'm still going to try and be a little stubborn on the skills, but if I get in a pinch, I know where I can get the rest. And once we hear the birds of the end of day birds, I'll probably use the Arab and Faust to read a couple more books. Okay, so let's open up the ruinous hall. This place was bright and busy once. It can be again, but it'll be grueling work to make it so. Not suitable work for a librarian. If I need to extend Mr. Peter Egdis's stay, I can always send him to a bed. Actually, I'm just going to double check to make sure that that actually works now. Yes. But we don't need to worry about that at the moment. Okay, an impulse memory. Not quite ready to give up hope yet, but I think we're going to be walking away empty-handed. Should probably start using the arrows a little bit more. It's a little more elegant. I think I'll be able to get away with one more talk, but... The Servants' Hall. Hendrik de Wolf, first Baron Brankrug, was granted Hush House after the dissolution of St. Brendan's by Old Copper-Nose King Henry VIII. In an act of unusual generosity for that tight-fisted king, the grant came with the title of Baron, and right sicunt regale like a king, the quasi-independence traditionally accorded to marcher lords. Hendrik was clearly determined to live as befitted his new rank, and he expanded the house accordingly to support sufficient staff. So we got a few things here. So we have a piano, a gift from Kitty Mazarine, who would sometimes pop by for an evening to sing, but her successor Solomon, never one for music, disliked the way its notes would drift up the stairs to the reading room and forbade the staff to play their piano before sunset. Music waits here. Okay, so I've noticed that the addition of a workstation description probably means that some of the sillier combinations will no longer be available to me. Midnight mark, a blemish left on a page or a skin by a careful incision or a judicious sting to preserve a little of the power of night. A pigeon statuette, a beautifully enameled little image, and the maker's mark is AW. We've got 2 parcels, misshapen fruit, salvaged windfalls, lumpy but tasty. Warmly colored yarns, an inscribed clock, a gift from Sir David Green to a favored retainer. Fire. And a couple of candles, which we've seen before. Okay, so I've got 3 different caches to open now, something for me to keep in mind. The Ruined Kitchen, so that's a 6 Forge, 6 Sky affair. Obviously, that's within our power. Okay, more fear. This is probably the point I should consider cataloging, but we'll give it one more pass. It's mostly because I know I have 2 desks that I can do the cataloging at, so I should still be able to do it through the night. Okay. I mean, we can talk to Mr. Kill, but it's not going to get us anything. So we'll use the Ava desk with our Arab. So this one I'm a little worried about because if it's cursed, I'm in trouble. And then the Pale desk should work with the Faust. Okay, so we'll have one more book that we need to catalog afterwards. I will see what the weather is tomorrow. But overall, I do actually feel like we have I feel like there are a few things we can get through. Okay, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. This is a 6-heart mystery, so I feel that that is something we can handle. And we have The Carmine Petal Revisited, an apparently theoretical project proposed by Lionel of the Society of the Noble Endeavor, which might permit the imprisonment of a renegade forge name, a very heavily revised edition of an earlier and even more controversial work. Okay. And we wound up with gossip, so Mr. Kill wasn't going to give us anything too useful today. So we will put the Carmine Petal onto the Too Tough shelf. Tomorrow we will catalog the last of these books. So just, I'm going to have to make some decisions with Mr. Agdesis. In Memory of Gods is written in Fusine. Now the thing is, it's a 12 winter mystery. We've already got quenchings and quellings up to level 3. So we've got 4 winter. We can get 2 from my whist, so that's up to 6. And so with memory, we can bring that up to 8. So again, like that's not 12, obviously. But when you think of it, like 4 away, that definitely feels like something that's in sort of shooting distance. So there is something of an argument that for that particular text, learning the language would be worth it. So we can pick an incident that will interest them or offer Spintra for tuition. So my visitor can teach me the rudiments of this dry language. The other thing is that language does count in the Tree of Wisdoms. So that's kind of another argument for going for it. So tomorrow, depending on what the weather looks like, I should probably put the military. Oh, hang on, that's a phonograph record, so we need to find a place to read those, or to quote unquote read those. Okay, we'll wait for the weather before we go too far into our plans. Rainy day, so that's 2 Grail, 2 Nectar. So let's just double check what we need for Grail first. All right, so nothing too exciting in terms of opening rooms. So we won't talk with Mrs. Kill about that. So if we combine that with the Arab, that brings us up to 4. That should be sufficient even without the pentiments and precursors. Yeah, the Orchid Transfiguration's a feast. So let's start with that. In fact, we can even use Lady Ava's desk for that. Alright, I can master this mystery. The Orchid Transfigurations of Feast, a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. Moving on, so the Impertinent Vitulation, Kion et Abydos. So can we pull that one off? Yes, with the Whist and the... and the Quenchings and Quellings. So that's 2 texts that we've knocked down already. So I suppose the next question is, what else do I want to make a go at? If I can get... Well, I actually know where I can get to... I know where I can get to Sky. That would be from What Does Not Bark. So we'll use Trist for that one. In the cycle, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it, perhaps recall a memory. Let's use Fet to consider the book. Catalog a baronial period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. So that leaves us with a Whist and a Health. So I could use the Whist to get Mr. Kill. The question is, what good does the memory get me? Actually, you know what? Preserving the option for the memory is sufficient, in my opinion. So Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. Hang on a second. I had a heart text. Where did I put the heart text? Oh, right. That was a phonograph. Thank you. Well, this is one of the reasons why I'm trying to balance out, like to put something resembling a library in the in the reading room. Obviously, the different size shelves don't make it easy, but okay. So I'm using up... Right. So I gotta wait before I can use the health. Yeah, so I think we'll go for... we'll go to Crowcross Sands and pick up some things. Surprisingly productive day. And unfortunately this was cursed, so the Fallen Cross, in which Julian Cosley, Magus Immortal, and occasional anarchist, argues that through language the Carapace Cross decayed to seed the lives of our ancestors. So the Fifth Eye Curse, someone has unhelpfully placed a curse which may tear open the unwilling eye of the soul. This contamination can affect your Fet and Faust. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against curses and at least 7 heart. So, probably not wise to put all the curses in the same room, but we're going to put that aside. So we are subject to geisting. In dreams, I have visited the house behind the world, and some part of me is trapped there now, even when I wake. So the good news is I don't have too many uses for Fet right now. I'm going to want to... so the Grail shouldn't be too hard to use. I'm probably going to have to move beds. So I've got 2 Grail from Arab. If I can get a drink with 2 Grail, so that brings me up to 4. And at that point, I would really just need a 1 Grail memory. So we should be able to get that Fet back without too much trouble. The only real catch here is that this was the last of the books. So it would have been nice, if I was going to get cursed, it would have been nice for the curse to happen a little bit earlier so that I could, so that I really could make some progress. Alright, so there's the storm memory. Let's get to work on... we'll read Traveling at... Oh, no, Locksmith's Dream, Stolen Reflections. The fourth volume of Teresa Gallmer's expansive work, no longer a discussion of the dreams of artisans, but a valuable survey of other works. The tone is calmer than that of Trespasses, but occasionally fearful, even paranoid. This volume was published in 1926, but almost immediately recalled and pulped by the publisher at the request of the author or possibly the authorities, depending which story you believe. A few copies survive. Master this mystery, enough sky to match mystery sky. Alright, and we've been making some progress here, so the Orchid Transfigurations. The illustrations certainly are striking. They flush the skin and glow beneath the eyelids after the book is closed. As for Keon at Abydos, the entity called Keon arrives in a blizzard and demands the city gates are barred. As Abydos falls under her spell, the dead return, but do not speak. So let's find a... So, the infirmary might be a good bed for recovery. Alright, I've learnt enough to puzzle out books in this language, though it might be slow going. If you've seen people lived east of the lost... a people lived east of the lost lake Fusino. Horus warned that theirs was a land of witches. This was their language, called by some the dry tongue, and by others the tongue of witches. Alright, and we can still give him a book, which is good. Although I'm not sure if I can actually give him a book or not. Yeah, so I can't actually talk about a book with him. Pick an incident that will interest them or offer Spintra for tuition. Huh. So I'm just going to make a quick note of this. I'm happy enough, but this used to be a way that I would get Spintra, so it's a little bit of a shame that I'm not able to... Let's make sure that I haven't lost... Yep, no, doesn't seem to be there. All right, so... I mean, I can try keeping him around, but I don't really see much of a point, so... Okay. I've read, we must be devour to be devoured. We cannot be undevoured as we cannot be unborn. We got memory, intuition, and desires and dissolution. So I believe that gets me the witching to sane. Maybe, I mean, it did used to be the case that they would go away after tutoring you, but I don't think I would have been able to talk to him about a book anyway. Apparently I did not have... Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to double check that my... all of my categories were correct. This will be my grail, or I wanted that to be my grail shelf, but no such luck. So the hitbox for this thing is a little large. So it seems like I should be able to put a book in here, but I can't actually do so without hitting the desk. Which is fine. I mean, again, I'd rather have big, like, generous hitboxes for the things to interact with, but still, it's a little unexpected. All right. For 8 years, the city is a place of slow death, frosty ecstasy, and silent beauty, but in the 9th year, a conspiracy of shouts is mounted against the quiet that Kion demands. The conspirators open the city gates, and a scarred man comes to draw Kion out by the hair. Summer returns, but the conspirators die of remorse. So, another snow stories for us. That's good. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to talk with Mr. Kill, just in case we wound up with something that we could level up our skills with. So, got a memory regret. Okay, so let's start with desires, and we're starting with nothing. I'm gonna visit Crowcross Sands again. What is the sea seeded today? And we're gonna talk with Mr. Kill for some new memories. So yeah, a productive day as far as getting texts read. Okay, so we are reading the Gallagher work. Janus is the gatekeeper, the twin god, the god that wounds, the presager of changes, the sun, the moon. So we identify him with the watchman, the twins, with the mother, with the forge, with the meniscate, and the madrigad. He cannot be all these, can he? The Flamines knew the church, knew the dry land, knew Elagabalus. Is he then synthesis? Or is he something else? In Galatea, they called him Ianus Lamius, but the Obliviots are notorious for their slanders. Okay, that hindsight's probably going to be helpful for us. So I don't think the snow stories is good here, but I don't really think it's going to get me something I don't already have access to from my other winter... my other winter item, but we'll see. Boosting things up generally is a good thing. So Janus has, they say, not one face but two, to which I reply, why only one? Why only two? Herschel and Coseley, according to Thomas Love Denman, once agreed that Janus was all the gods and none, but later Herschel described him as all the gods and Coseley favored none. Denman was a sinister dilettante, but this rings true of them both. Okay. Paradoxes, Revelation, looking good so far. I thought I had a sky shelf. Definitely moving these. Oh man, it may not actually be possible for me to get Traveling at Night Volume 1 now. Okay, I'm going to make a quick note of that. Okay. I really do want to try and dislodge Traveling at Night, but I think this is a fool's errand. Huh. So apparently I was only able to put it on the shelf here because I put it on just slightly to the right. Okay, I mean, a bit of a shame, but I'm not going to freak out too much about it. Let's get some learning in. Desires and Dissolutions. I've gained understanding of desires and dissolutions. A new skill, the boundaries between flesh, pearl, and pleasure are equally contingent. And from Mr. Kill, Foresight. Not much else for us to do today, but we'll get through as much as we can. Desires and Dissolutions in particular is going to be helpful for me. So that is a 2 Grail, so that replaces Pentiments and Precursors, but more importantly, it's going to be something that I can make Witching to Sane from, which will help me to recover my Fet. So for the snow stories, we're going to need to use the lesson learned. Oh yes, I forgot. I also need to apply effort, so it doesn't really matter that I have understanding, seeing as I don't have an element of the soul to apply. I'll probably use the Tryst for that, or actually, maybe my Whist. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll see what the day brings. There's not much else for us to do right now. There is so I do have a slight preference now for unlocking rooms, in particular the smoking room if I can. And this is because if I can get some more books, I can make the most of the Fet. But again, we see it depends on what the day brings us. Okay, we've got a vase of rushes. Sea strewn salt snared stuff. We can speed things along for a little bit. Oh, hang on, I can do the Watchman's Paradoxes, though. A new skill, that amber preserves and is preserved by light, that to hatch is not to die, that the sun... that the sun. Trying to think where I can put these rushes. Scene will get me Whist or Tryst. Okay, Desires and Dissolutions will also potentially get me metal. There is actually something of an argument to commit something to Ithistry at this point. Horomachistry at this point, because there isn't a move up to a higher level. Like, if you take a look at how Horomachistry works, you can see that it moves, like, you'll move up to a higher branch, so you can go to a higher level of birdsong, but it doesn't seem like you wind up... Yeah, it feels like you wind up basically at the same place or lower. So, like, Horomachistry would be where you can hop ahead, but it would maybe be the one that you commit the lower level stuff to. Actually, with that in mind... So what does the Fusine get me again? Yeah. There's kind of an argument for me to lock in the Fusine at one of these lower levels. I'm not quite going to do it yet, but because I don't think there's a way to level up a language. Okay, Watchman's Paradoxes. This is another Nyctodromy. So this is one that I would like to. This is one that I would like to preserve. But that amber preserves and is preserved by the light, that to hatch is not to die, that the sun. There is a place behind the world called the Mansus. Deeds that would be impossible in the world are inevitable there. The Watchman, who knows all the ways of the Mansus, also knows how to make these deeds possible in the waking world. So... with Watchman's Paradoxes, I don't think that gets us... Yeah, we're basically in the same place we were with Auroral Contemplations, so there's nothing groundbreaking we've got yet. But I do want to see what we get with the weather. Okay, sunny day, so that's 2 lantern, 2 sky. So I am going to take a quick review of my possibilities here. So in terms of opening Opening ways. Okay, so 2 rooms. So in theory, so we get Timothy, talk to him about Faust and the sunny day, and we can open the smoking room. With Mr. Kill, we talk to him about Faust, the sunny day. That brings him up to 4. Nope, we can't get him up to 6 without a beverage. So I guess the question is, do I... I guess this comes back to the question of how do I feel about... Oh, wait a minute. No, the Perugian Diaries is the answer. Or knock. The thing is, like, yes, but, like, I can still sleep and recover it, right? So if it's something that gets me access to another room that potentially gets me something else, I'd still be willing to do it. But yeah, so I think there's an obvious step in terms of research. I guess I don't even need to use the Faust on that. Or, no, hang on, because I only have 1 sky. Oop. I can master this mystery, enough sky to match mystery sky. So that's the first book of the day. Not the most exciting choice I could have made, but... right, I should consider the impertinent vitulation. So, in theory, if I were to attempt that, we would, I guess we'd use Ava's desk. So for that, I'd assign desires and dissolutions. So, yeah, that's really just a question of memory. So that gives me a pretty good argument to bring Mr. Kill in. I mean, I was going to bring in Mr. Kill for memories anyway. But there is a side of me that says I want to bring in Denzel now, too. Now, unfortunately, that's going to cost me the air... Well, no, it could also cost me my health, and I think the health is the right call here. So let me just think about how this is going to work. So I'm going to want him for one of the Forge rooms. So Forge 5 probably makes the most sense. Okay, so 5 or 6, either way. Now, I don't have a element of the soul yet to bring him up to 4. Now that's the trick. Okay, so I also don't have hammers. So as much as I might want to bring Denzel in, I would actually need metal for this to be useful. Otherwise, I have to give up one of the drinks. Or do I? Because the Ross Cragen whiskey... Yeah, okay, no, we can make this work. Okay, so I'm going to hire Denzel to open something up. It's kind of a wasteful way, but we've got lots of Ross Cragen whiskey. So Denzel will talk about practical matters, though he prefers to sit in silence. A shilling will buy his help for a day. What do you need? I think Denzel's prices have gone down. Okay, let's not waste the Ross Cragen whiskey until I actually have a Forge memory to throw at him. Actually, with that in mind... high traditions of the Society of Noble Endeavor. I should think about what other aspects I want to pick up now. Nothing immediately useful. I suppose now is not a bad time for me to experiment with the larva again. Okay, that regret might be useful for the... Oh, that's right. I need to make sure that I keep some effort for the snow stories. So we'll at least get the smoking room down. All right. Perugian Diaries. In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Lopoli left Strathcoyne's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name Christopher Strathcoyne. For 4 years, since his adoption from a Bristol orphanage, Lopoli served as Strathcoyne's pupil and protege, but his relationship with this austere and secretive man was always complicated. His journal confides, "I think Fraser's intentions are good," certainly he agrees, "but I never understood the final goal of his investigations. He was never prepared to enlighten me, and good intentions or not, I can no longer bear this dream of eyes. We have agreed to part almost amicably." Okay, we got an intuition out of that. 4 seconds, I'm just going to wait so that I can talk with Denzel about foresight. Excellent. With a memory, I can discuss a memory with my assistant. So I'm a little uncomfortable with how much is kind of being left on the table right now, but so we put the effort in here, we take the understanding snow stories, and then the memory of regret should work. There's always more to learn. Improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it. By the way, I did forget to say this, well, I mean, it's already implied, but we are still playing the Nocturnal beta, and we are getting close to the release date. So, just a reminder that what you have been watching for the past 2 hours is not the complete version of the game. It's very close to the complete version of the game, but they are still working on it. They will be working on it right up until release, I suspect. So please just keep in mind that if you're making a buying decision, there are probably, well, if you're making a buying decision, that means the game will have been out. And as a result, there will be better and more complete videos to make that buying decision off of. I am still testing the game here. All right, I can offer my assistant something to drink. So again, we are giving up the 2 rows from the Roscragen whiskey, but Roscragen whiskey pops up in a few different places, so I'm okay giving that up in order to gain access to a new room. We also haven't stalled out on the books that we can read, but we are kind of getting close to some of our limits. Okay. Now, if I recall correctly, it doesn't matter what level you put it in. Well, we wouldn't be able to test this. It's still just going to be Whist or Tryst, but neither of which I need right now. Another thing I want to test, so I guess it would have to be the desk. So we put Desires and Dissolutions, an Arab. I don't have any Grail out of... Hmm. Forgot I've got the shears. Oh, spice scales. I'm taking something of a risk using the spice scales here. So, Hush House still rings with thwarted desires. I'll mix that into a tisane. So it seems to me here I can make a witching tisane basically for free, using the tool. Spice scales redolent of decades of piquant passage. Yeah, that's interesting. Alapili left Perugia in 1909 without completing his degree. He had long lost interest in his studies, and the latter half of the journal is concerned with his studies of Umbrian folk songs and notes towards his own compositions, which are of widely varying quality. One of the better ones, In the Marshes of Night, suggests that he visited the site of Old Lake Fucinus near Ortoricio. That got us a cheerful ditty and strings and songs. Okay, that's definitely a new text. The cheerful ditty is not unlike Solace. But of course the difference here is that with Solace, like Solace and cheerful ditties are two different things, so leaving aside my silly little trick for getting multiple memories. Well, there's a wine cellar. We've seen that before. But yeah, leaving aside my silliness in terms of allowing unique items to exist in parallel, the cheerful ditty would be a way that you can get even more heart memories. So, for instance, if you wanted to level up one of those skills. Okay. Strings and songs. A new skill. The harmonies of the lower skies are here reproduced. Down to the Grecians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. So, we've got 5 forge. No reason to hold back. What am I doing? Smoking room. A tarnished brass sign on the door clearly reads smoking room. Rags of very old smoke sway restlessly, hazing the room beyond. What remains of the protections Van Loren once placed on it, and yet still no sign of a fire. Where are you, Denzel? Get back here. Apparently my neighbors bought an elephant. My upstairs neighbor, that is. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. So, strings and songs is Birdsong and Nyctodromy. And it's a 2 sky item, so that's going to help us in terms of the types of books we can read. So basically, if we get a storm, we can read any of those remaining sky texts. It's best when it's warm, but it'll keep. All right. To mend a broken heart, to color a pale soul. So this gives me two Grail to work with. This is basically going to be how I cure my sickness. Okay, they either have an elephant or they just killed someone and they're disposing the body. Even with my headphones, I'm hearing the thumping through my... Alright, here we go. The Westcott Room. By God, sir, we shall have no cigars in the library, and we shall have no house without a smoking room. Dr. Ambrose Westcott, 1734 to 1797. Here's Ambrose Westcott himself. This bust is cast in brass. Ambrose's favorite chair. He has two favorite chairs. Ambrose Westcott was a capacious gentleman, and he ensured the springs in his fortress were calibrated to bear any conceivable weight. 200 years on, the springs still do their duty. We have got the Ambrose desk. Ambrose did most of his work downstairs in the foundry and kitchen, or upstairs in the laboratory. That later became the Flood Gallery. But it was at this desk he composed The Temptations of Architecture and wrote long cross letters to the Times about the flaws of the British Constitution. We've got a minor detail here. Mansis, there have been many attempts to depict the House of the Sun. This, by the visionary painter known only as the Magyar, is the best known. It's signed and dated. If it's really the original, it must count as one of the great treasures of the house. So we've got 5 texts here. We've got Cyprian's lamp, a cranial tchotchke. We all of us come to this condition in the end, but not all of us are fortunate enough to be lovingly buffed and fixed carefully to a stylish wooden stand. We've got Philemon. Ambrose Westcott liked to name his hunting trophies after former rivals whom, he said, his trophies resembled. Finian. And Tavish. We also have Domaine Reveline, a 2-grail, 1-scale drink. We get something very similar with the Witching Tisane, but of course I have an unlimited supply of Witching Tisane now, so... These are carnations, heart and nectar, and it is a flower. And the Strategist's lamp, purchased by Governor Collars from a complicated general after the Great War. Excuse me. Okay, let's get cataloging. Right. I gotta do this at a Rose desk. Let's figure this out. Okay, so I'll put the Tisane in the infirmary because that's probably where I'm going to have to go to get, to recover. Really? I can't put that there? There we go. Catalog a Curia period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. We need to figure out a use for the tryst. At this point, I think it's just as well. So we do have a little moon we can throw at it. And we'll get a bit of money. Fortune telling. I've gathered enough mystique to tell fortunes for pennies. Undignified perhaps for the librarian of Hush House, but times are hard. On the White, Solomon Husher writes, perhaps allegorically, of winter and its long, slow, doomed romance with the sun. The epigraph is sunset at noon. So, shout out to all of the Ghoul fans here. So we more or less know how the rest of the... We know how more or less how the rest of the day is going to go. We don't actually need to keep talking with Mr. Kill, but... So there's definitely a word count. I don't know if there is a total in terms of the number of books. There is actually a way for me to answer that question definitively. Well, not exactly definitively, because there might be some secrets in it, but I have very specifically avoided... So, like, the way Cultist Simulator works, and I mean, in the end, Book of Hours is like Cultist Simulator with a whole lot of... Like, it's the skeleton of Cultist Simulator with a whole bunch of things built on top of it. One of the reasons why Cultist Simulator is so straightforward for modding is that essentially all of the items that you will interact with in Cultist Simulator are basically just in a big old, well, not one, but like it's a series of JSON files. So actually, the best example I can give you is if you are familiar with working with relational databases, so like SQLite, Postgres, SQL Server, I guess Oracle. I mean, if you know Oracle, chances are you're quite experienced with databases. But like, it's basically like that, right? You can do all of you can actually sort of see how you could put these into a series of tables and sort of join them all together in a certain way. So with that in mind, like, there's nothing really stopping you from just going in and looking everything up in the game. The catches, like, so number one, I think one of the reasons why it says that this text as yet unrevealed in beta is I get the impression that there were a bunch of people data mining in the beta. Frankly, I think that's a dick move, because the point of the beta is to test it, not to not to get a jump on everybody else looking for secrets in the game. Like, there's time for that. But more importantly, right, like, it's like me being able to play Cultist Simulator for the first time again. Like, I'm never gonna be more confused about the game than I am now. And there's gonna be this wonderful process of just sort of peeling away the secrets and figuring out the details and letting it just sort of unfold in front of me. And I sort of feel like going in and trying to find all of these secrets a little too early just denies me the chance to run ahead with it. So, just like Cultist Simulator, there's a big list of books in this that you would be able to do. So essentially, as long as you can parse a JSON file, you just simply count the number of entities inside of it. You'd almost certainly know the number of books. But of course, the catch with that is that's not the most rewarding way to engage with Book of Hours. It's obviously more than just a stack of content to sort of eat up. Although with that in mind, I do actually have some plans for what to do with those files. I want to be... There's a specific set of things that I want to do, and sort of a certain set of conditions maybe that I want to hit before I mess around with it too much. Okay, the Kersham Portolan, beautifully illustrated and heavily annotated Portolan, a nautical atlas of ports and destinations. So this has also got conic theoplasma. So we've actually got more than one book with that, so I'll just set that one aside here. That will affect Trist and Health. So that is definitely one that might have hit me, because I do occasionally use Trist to catalog books. So I need to remember with Mrs. Kill, as long as I can, well, basically if I could get another Arab, so I could bring her up to 2 for default, 2 with a memory, so that's 4. 5 with the tool, and then 7 with the Wait, why 7? Okay, 2 base, 2 from an element of the soul, 2 from a memory, so that's 6. 7 with the tool, 9 with the witching to sane. So do I actually have any grail? No. Kittling Ripe and Moldy Warp's Grave and Other Stories. A lusciously illustrated tome of loosely connected children's stories. A few of them are remotely suitable for children. We're gonna wait on the weather before we make a choice. Okay, rain, so that's potentially another witching to sane for me. Musgrave sketches. Musgrave, 4th Baron Brankrug, was widely mocked as the Bleating Baron and the Lamb de Wolf, but these sketches reveal a complex, somber inner life. So this is quite manageable. So if you think about it, we've got 2 from the Whist. We've got 4 from Crunchings and Quellings, so that brings us 6. So we just need to find a Hindsight, and we're up to 8. So at this point, we kind of have... I think it would be fair to say we actually have more texts than we do elements of the soul to work with. So I'm basically going to have to manage my priorities here a little bit. So I could try the Impertinent Vitulation. Okay, well, before I do that, let's think, what would I do to unlock the Walled Garden? Walled Garden has its own uses. So if I go to the Sweet Bones, I would hire a miner, I believe. Yeah, so that doesn't give me nectar. Shouldn't give me nectar, let me just double check that. Yeah, Scale Forge and Moon. Okay. Again, this is just I'm taking a second here to reason this through. So I could get the nectar with the rain, so that would bring me up to 3. But I don't believe there are any memories that give nectar. Well, but that would already be the rain, so that isn't the matter. I also don't think I have any kind of tool that would grant nectar. There's the Snoodle Jar, which is a lantern moth, but not relevant right now. Okay. So in theory, if I were to talk with Mr. Kill, oh yes, actually there is one sneaky thing I could do. Actually, I don't believe the leaf would count as a material. Maybe it would. Okay. So what's my alternative? Well, first of all, I can decamp from Solomon's Bed. Okay, let's do that first. Oh yeah, hang on. This did not need to be complicated at all. So Desires and Dissolutions gives us the Impertinent Vitulation, a book of kitchen garden techniques and aphrodisiac recipes recorded by Ernestine Peterhans, the Iron Sunshell of Hush House for 3 generations of dwarfs. Okay. That aside, let's think about the next steps. We can go... Oops. So how would I get up to 6? Well, you know, there's actually a number of possibilities here. So I think all of this is going to rest on what we can get from Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. So we're not going to be able to recover the FET, but that's fine because we're already on track to recovering that. We've cataloged all of our books, but I also suspect that we're going to be able to unlock a few different rooms after we get our skills up. I don't mind the lack of progress in terms of sort of moving through the house, just because we've been able to sort of build ourselves up to a point where we're being a little more confident in terms of how we're getting a little more confident in terms of where the books that we're reading and the challenges we think we can take on. Gather my belongings, refresh the sheets for any guests that I might have, ready to move on. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend, so we'll see what he gets me memory-wise. I don't have to leave it to chance. I can actually read a few texts to... Oh, yeah, that's a good use of my FET, actually. Here we've got the Book of the Centipede. This is our first Rose text that we've gotten, actually. In the mid-1860s, when Madame Yi presented an entertainment based, she claimed, on this book. So it's actually not bad that we're going to be recovering my FET, because I need Rose to be able to work with that. What are the books by the entrance desk? What do you mean entrance desk? Okay, sorry, I need to think about this again. So, for the texts that I want to read... so hindsight moth. Why do I think Sky's gonna do something? And my other question is, are you asking that because you're gonna tell me what to do? Because I'm gonna be honest, I've actually rather don't like being told how to play the game, and I've been trying to hold my tongue on this, but I do feel that I'm gonna just chalk this up to the game coming out in a month. But I am actually gonna be not answering some of these questions that seem a little bit more about telling me what to do. Okay, so the Whist, we apply to one of the two winter texts. Let's put those both on the desk so that it's clear. The Tryst is for the Moth text. The Moth text just needs... Am I overestimating my ability to handle Moth? Nope, we've got Edict's Liminal, so that's good. So it's just the Fost that I think I'm getting a little goofy with. Yeah, I can get up to 5 Sky. Might even be worth it. But that'll be the last... I think that'll be the last one that I do. So... let's use the FET to grab me... Oh, it's Traveling at Night Volume 1 is the one that I can get the impulse from. It's the one that I'm never going to be able to grab. I'm just going to try pixel hunting for a second here to see if I can dislodge it somehow. Maybe get a sneaky... Ah! sneaky double click somehow. You know, I bet I could go into the save file and alter where it is, but again, I don't want to mess around too much with that. Okay, so the thought traveling at night. Organ transfigurations, a feast. Yep, that'll do. In terms of hindsight, actually hindsight's quite hard to get. I'm going to count on Mr. Kill giving us that. Peter Hans asserts casually that the rousing liquor called Ruby-Wise Ruin, which Leaves and Thorns techniques can brew from flowers, was a favorite of the notoriously severe Baron Thomas. If true, this would have raised eyebrows had it been known in his lifetime. So this is a nice little hint in terms of how to create a powerful item. Ooh, it's practically begging me to do that sky text. Okay, so there's the intuition. Let's find a desk that I can use moth at. Okay. Okay, let me just think this through. Kionat Abydos is what I need. Alright, so now we can start so what I'm going to do here for reading the sky text, and yeah, we don't have any low-hanging fruit anymore, so I'm going to try Traveling at Night Volume 2. Now this may kill my Faust, which is not good, but we'll take Strings and Songs. We'll take the Memory Storm, so that's 5 out of 6. So what I'm hoping for here is that one of the three items says, "Okay, give me a sky painting or an item or follower." So Sky Dissonance, perhaps you provided Sky, but not enough to match Mystery Sky. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. Alright, Peter Hans mentions that one of these Leaves and Thorns techniques with sufficient nectar aspect can supposedly cause a marvelous copper fruit to burst from the wood, although she has never managed it herself, but in a certain season, the pear trees in the Practic Garden will deliver something similar. Alright, so perhaps unsurprisingly we've got Leaves and Thorns, and this is also our first bit of access to Satisfaction. And we already got that in the list, so... might also be able to knock out another Witching to Sane. No, I'm actually 1 Grail short. Okay, let's see. I still need to wait, unless Ava's desk. Yeah. So, if I had, so there's like a width that I can go with, and unfortunately, I'm not willing to give up. Oh, hang on. No, I can see. So in this, I do the same trick as last time. Basically, I would take. I take the scale here, but I do need to use an element of the soul, and I need both the Whist and the Tryst to be able to read the books that I'm reading. And reading the books is the higher priority right now, so I'm fine with the choices that I've made here, even if it does mean that I'm going to leave aside a satisfaction. Okay, Stolen Secret, nice to have, but not critical. So I'm going to keep Mr. Kill on standby for the Dissonance. I'm going to wait until we've got nothing more from Winter, and then we're going to get going on the books again. I also want to get experimenting with the skills again, but I don't know, like, when I'm broadcasting, I don't mind taking the time to write some notes for myself, just because that would be how I play the game anyway. And of course, all of this stuff can change, so it'd be nice to have a bit of a record of it. I still think it's bizarre that I can see this stuff. Oh. But yeah, I don't want to spend too much time like recording things. Alright, so memories. Increase relevant aspects by adding memory, which will be used up. So unfortunately, I don't think we have any sky memories here. And we can't get any within 10 seconds. So that the first one is a bust. The catch here is my Faust may be corrupted if I fail the tasks. There's still a chance. Nope. I have my regret. So we're going to apply our Tryst, our Edict's Liminal, and our Intuition towards Kittling Ripe. A lusciously illustrated tome of loosely connected children's stories. Few of them are remotely suitable for children. And we're going to read the more difficult one, Musgrave Sketches. Musgrave, 4th Baron Brankrug, was widely mocked as the Bleeding Baron and the Lamb de Wolf, but these sketches reveal a complex, somber inner life. I can master this mystery enough Winter to match Mystery Winter. Alright, up next, Comfort. Stretch my legs and change my point of view. Increase relevant aspects by using comfort. I think that would be sufficient. Nope. There we go. Kitty's armchair. This looks like the armchair in which Kitty Mazarine, second librarian, sat for El Breton's famous group portrait. By the way, this is absolutely a thing. I have a chair which is like the I need to ponder great thoughts chair. Maybe not ponder great thoughts, but I definitely have a chair like this. Okay. So, sights and sensations. I just want to get my stuff back. Traveling at Night Volume 2. Okay, that recorded Solace, so we're good there. The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Lopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. There is an extensive discussion of the comparisons between Lopoli's own dreams and those of the Emperor Elagabalus, who Lopoli regards as a dupe or avatar of the sun in rags. The white is west of the world, Lopoli remarks, and winter does not wait forever. Elagabalus found his way to the White Door at last, thankfully. Speech Cat passed the White Door, and honestly, Elagabalus never had anything interesting to say. I tried to follow in his footsteps, but I never learnt enough of the White. I suppose I'm thankful for that too, but here's what I do know. Okay, so we're going to add this to the... Oh, no. Let's just put this in the... No! I hate it when you accidentally remodel because you can never get these things back where you want them. So obviously we're going to take a risk the next time we try to do that on Resonance, but it seems like a reasonable risk to take. I'm going to add the Traveling at Night volume here. And we'll get Leaves and Thorns, a new skill. There is no scent without sorrow. Now this means I'm going to be spending more time in the garden. Particularly with these, because they're good for sky drinks. Apparently I screwed up here. Sacre bleu. It wasn't intuition that I needed. A leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. There's still a chance. This is going to be a tougher one for us to get through. Soul, okay. I can see why I made the mistake, right? Intuition from Call to Simulator is obviously moth aspected, but actually, hang on. Yeah, it was impulse that I needed. And that, unfortunately, only comes from Traveling at Night Volume 1. So I'm really sunk by the fact that that book's stuck in there. Oh man, that might have just saved me. Nope. So I could have, if I could have talked with Mr. Kill, but yeah, no, we're gonna have to take our lumps. So priority number 1, we're gonna use our health to get to the guest bed in the infirmary. I'm gonna have to hope that I can get an impulse somehow. Malady, despair. Trist is already half a hand trailed in a river of deeper sadness. A defeat when Edge is present can submerge Trist in despair. I didn't realize there was Edge present. I placed too heavy a strain on my soul. Your Trist now has a malady. So that's 5 sky for recovery. Not as difficult to achieve as before, although it would have been nice to... it would have been nice to have anticipated that because we could have used Solomon's bed. All good, though. We can get through this with a little bit of effort. Okay. Art begins in colors, grows dappled, finally is either mostly darkness or mostly light. Musgrave discusses the temptation of the perfectly minimal palest painting. He has so far managed to resist this temptation, but does guiltily describe the success in using sights and sensation with winter aspect to create first a chilly elixir from flowers, which he believes he can refine further into a final pigment. So more hints as to the... Hello, Beepo the Bear. I don't know what Endless Ocean is, unless you're talking about Sunless Sea, but this is a follow-up to Cultist Simulator. So let me just take a second here to get Musgrave sketches down, because that's a new text. So, happy to see the lessons learnt. Quite a bit that we're going to be able to throw into sights and sensations there. But let's make sure we take care of our organization first. Oh, I think we're going to have to find a new shelf for the winter texts. Yeah, so both of those games were by... So Weather Factory is the company that makes this. It's run by Lottie Bevan and Alexis Kennedy. Alexis Kennedy was also the founder of Fail Better Games, which was the developer of Sunless Sea. And Lottie Bevan was a producer on, not on Sunless Sea, but was a producer on Sunless Sea Submariner, as well as... Oh, I didn't even study Sights and Sensations. We're probably going to lose our memories. But yeah, was a producer on Submariner as well as Sunless Skies. So the connection is an appropriate one. It definitely bears the DNA of its creators. Okay, I think we're going to take another shot at the sky text. So we'll use Whist with Mr. Kill. The other thing I'm going to use Whist on will be on the white, which we can do right away with Quenchings and Quellings. Oh, crafting Eigengrau. I really screwed up with this one. So what I needed was the actual text, so I just wasted my Whist this turn, but that's fine. We will take a guest bed in the infirmary. I will make this my lodgings for the time being. Move your belongings into this room. You can use this bed to rest soul cards and recover maladies. Actually, the alternative is I can get my Tryst back. Nope, we're gonna keep with the Fet. I love this game, Beepo the Bear. It's coming out next month, August the 17th. But so just a reminder that this is the Nocturnal beta. We're actually on the last day of the Nocturnal beta, but it is a truly exceptional game. Very different in tone from Cultist Simulator, but it is one that I feel captures a particular mood, and I am interested in it for the same reasons that I'm interested in Cultist Simulator, and yet I feel that it is a new experience that people who maybe found Cultist Simulator a little too aggressive I think they will find this a bit more of an accessible approach, but an equally sort of in-depth kind of an experience. You are exploring. So Hush House is an old library which allegedly was destroyed by a fire, but there is no evidence of the destruction by fire. Okay, that complicates things. I don't have winter or sky anymore. Nuts. So let's take the... You know, I'm just going to hold off, actually. So I don't need to risk my Faust when I can use Sights and Sensations to improve my skill. So we'll use the sunny day to improve Sights and Sensations. There's always more to learn. Improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting, and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it. So we'll need 2 memories to bring it up to the 3rd level, but that's going to give me some fairly powerful sky, which will allow me to get higher levels. So the last element of the soul that I have here is my Arab, which hopefully I will be able to use to restore my Fet. There is one thing I can do to help out, which is to read the Impertinent Vitulation. Eigengrau, if Grey Dawn oil were drinkable. So this is a moon and winter. So this will be helpful with Mr. Kill. It'll allow us to get a little bit more winter out of him, but it's not what I was looking to do. So I'm going to use my Despair to read the Impertinent Vitulation. That's going to get me a sensation. So with that sensation, I can combine that with the Witching Tisane and the Arab, and that will get me my Fet back. And then we'll do the same thing for the Tryst. Actually, I've got a theory about Witching Tisane. This place is safe for me now, to the extent that dreams are safe. Okay. So, I add the Arab, I add... Aha! And there's the catch. Okay, it doesn't matter. The Tisane is still going to be enough. Oh, but the Grail memory isn't there. Damn it. So I need to find a Grail bed to sleep in. I found a Grail bed to sleep in. But I'm going to have to wait the other day. Okay, this is a bit of a wasted day. There's really no other way to describe it. Although, I guess I can try... I can open up the caches. Something tricksy. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. I'll move the Tisane to the appropriate room. So yeah, that was two fairly big stumbles today, but like in terms of today's work, but I'll get over it. That is arsenic, a poison sometimes known as the message of the swan. So I probably would have put that here, but the shells are already looking well. Can add a new. So I got a couple other packages down here to open, but I don't believe I can use them with. Yeah, I can't have a malady. So, first thing we're going to do is decamp from the infirmary. Then we'll set up in the Severn Chamber. From there, we recover my... Well, the next day I have to... then I'll recover my Fet. Following that, we will go back to Solomon's bed. We'll recover the Tryst. And of course, in between, we're going to be studying various books and such, but... Alright. So, first of all, we decamp. Hush House is a mansion of many rooms. I'll move to a different one. Next up, we are going to read... No matter what, we're going to read this text on the white. Went to a conclusion. I can master this mystery. For the next trick, I think we do bring in Mr. Kill, because we want him for memories. And the specific memories I guess I'm looking for would be sights and sensations, so I can also be reading some texts to get... So, for instance, I could use Keon at Abydos to get regret. Sounds good, Beepo. Thank you very much for stopping by, and I hope you enjoy your lurk. Okay, rainy day. Under some circumstances helpful, but it's still spring, so I don't quite have enough to be able to bring the Well, actually, okay, there's one thing that would be kind of helpful. I could use the dandelion wine to boost up the nectar. I'm not quite ready to do that, though. If I had a sort of a cheap or replenishable way of... Hang on. I have an idea. Okay, gather my belongings, refresh the sheets for any guests I might have, ready to move on. So, there's another thing that's kind of neat. So, I sometimes feel a little bad pointing some of this stuff out, because I think some people like to think of the secret histories in much sort of grander or sterner terms, but there's one thing that I really appreciate about the way that the world is so, like, I'm going to try and approach this from a different direction. If you think of Cultist Simulator and the way it represents the world, right? You break down the world into a desk and a number of different cards. So some of the cards represent possessions, some of the cards represent connections, some of the cards represent knowledge. And all of them can be thought of as you, right? You know, when I think of myself, I can think of my friendships, I can think of my knowledge, I can think of, you know, my bank account. But in the end, your life is sort of presented on the desktop in Cultist Simulator as a series of cards and then some verbs that you can do on them. And there's a similar structure to Book of Hours as well. And this idea of breaking down the elements of the souls and the lessons and so on and so forth. One of the things I really love about the way that these games sort of break down a life into these components is just how much mileage you can get from one simple idea. So for instance, we've got the elements of the soul, right? But you'll also notice that each of the different beds require a different aspect. So in this case here, the bed, the guest bed in the Severn Chamber, for those who prefer their mattresses soft, in this case, it requires a Grail aspect, essential. So only something with all these aspects can go here. And so with that in mind, you can sort of think of this. You've got this big mansion, but there's the bed that you feel more comfortable in. Just like there's that chair that's the right one to listen to. And it's such a minor thing, but the other thing to remember about Cultist Simulator is that so many of the elements in Cultist Simulator, you can have these very mundane occurrences or ideas, and they're just these small examples of much more powerful elements sort of appearing in the mundane world, right? So, you have a moment of insight, and that'll be sort of a little bit of moth coming through. Whereas if you go into the Mansis and you go into certain places there, you will see much more intense and direct experiences of moth. And so, yeah, in this case here, the elements of the soul offers just sort of an accounting, let's say, of, here's how how do I put it? This is basically Book of Hours' way of explaining why you have like a favorite chair or a favorite bed or a place that's like your special place. It just happens to be this element of the soul is more active and you connect with it a bit more. I hope I'm making some kind of sense here, but I like it. Okay, let's pick up Mr. Kill for conversation. Hey, Ellen Ripley, how you doing? I didn't get an email. Okay, I think the Solace will help us with the sights and sensations. And there's our regret for Keon and Abydos. Okay, so we'll consider sights and sensations. For that, we add the Faust. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. You're at an excruciating baby shout. Yeah. This is not a normal hour for me, but we're at the very final hours of the Nocturnal beta, the very last beta of Book of Hours, and I think you probably have an idea that I like this game a lot. Now, the good news is there are going to be some more videos of me playing this sooner than you might think. But I do, where I can, I'd like to be a good tester, and I would also like to... Oh yeah, I was going to test the theory. So, because the Ava desk takes Edge, if I put the Tryst in here, then Desires and Dissolutions... So then I can add Rain as a memory. And the scales, yep. So we can craft a witching tisane. So as long as I can generate... All right. This is probably not how it's intended to work, but because my fet is because my fet is cursed as well, so there's no limit to the number of times I can use Tryst with Desires and Dissolution. So like basically, as long as I have a 2 Grail memory, I can combine it with Desires and Dissolutions and the Grail scale to be able to make a Witching Tisane. But I can get Sensation now from the Impertinent Vitulation, which I can read an infinite number of times from my Cursed Fet. So essentially, for the rest of today, we are going to be... We're gonna convert Hush House into a tea shop. And I'm sure this is 100% consistent with the designer's vision for how this game was going to work. Alright, on the white. Solomon Husher writes, perhaps allegorically, of winter and its long, slow, doomed romance with the sun. The epigraph is sunset at noon. On closer investigation, the work seems to be a theory of aesthetics, or perhaps a set of warnings about the dangers of painting. Husher writes distractedly about his suspicion of colors and his yearning for death. He hints at a great work he has envisaged or begun where the palest of paintings will enthrall the world. He returns again and again to certain compelling phrases which he claims are the secret words of winter. So another quenchings and quellings for us, and a regret from on the white. Let me make sure I've got that on my list. I do not. Okay, that's going to take some effort to upgrade, I think. There's actually 2 ways in which this is going to be quite challenging, because as nice as it is for me to do my nonsense in terms of doubling up memories and such, that only takes me so far. I'll try and show you what I mean with the lesson here, but I'm going to worry about making my tea factory first. Okay, so pick up all the details here. Take the memory satisfaction, desires dissolutions, tryst, and the spice scales. I don't even care. I mean, I don't dislike herbal tea, but it's not like my go-to. But in this case, it's useful to me in the game. So this sky book should be a piece of cake now. Hmm. Just trying to organize this so that I have more immediate access to my more powerful skills. Okay, that works. So I did send a comment earlier in the beta about how I felt that being cursed was actually somewhat powerful in the game. It is not. I don't know if this specific trick is known, but certainly it is a thing that I suspect has been considered even prior to me leaving that comment. But this is definitely an example where my ability to mess around with like the fact that that a malady can't be fatigued. This is one of the ways that a malady is helpful. Now, it does say that if you let it linger, there's going to be consequences. I have not seen what those consequences are. So, something has snared or sickened my soul. Soul cards can be malady tainted when you're exposed to dangerous influences. Sometimes when you fail in a task. Maladies cannot be exhausted, but your soul is altered and weakened, and there can be serious consequences if they go untreated. So we haven't seen what those serious consequences are. But in this case, this is definitely a case where I've taken on a risk, and it's a risk that I'm sort of willing to take on in this case because it helps me in terms of cataloging, and in this case here, we've been able to crank out a bunch of Witching to Sane. We'll probably be able to get one more after this. And again, I don't need to worry about the nighttime because this thing doesn't get fatigued. So, what's going to be helpful here, just having some Witching to Sane in reverse. We only need the one for the recovery, but because I was drinking up all the dandelion wine, to be able to regenerate an element of the soul, you need a drink, and that drink will be consumed. So in the case of having a bunch of, it doesn't even have to be Witching to Sane. It could be Eigengrau, it could be whatever. But basically having like a collection available. Mess that up. Having a collection available basically means there's a low-cost item that I can use to just get a little something extra done. It means that I don't. It's just a nice thing to have available, and it doesn't really take up a whole lot of space. Or there's no There's no penalty for get Barrette. Alright, let's see if we can. Alright, you live on the shelf now. Yeah, there's no downside to having a bunch of these around. And I do actually wind up using them with Mrs. Kill quite a bit. So in this case here, being able to crank out a bunch of Witching to Sane. I think we found this out like halfway through the day, so we're up like 4 cups. If Olaf was here, I would be trying harder to figure out a way to generate infinite Evening Isles coffee, but so Mr. Kill's not going to do anything else for us. Figure I can get away with this one more time, but I am going to need to, I am going to recover my tryst, so that means the, like the rotation comes to an end. So tomorrow we want to work on our quenchings and quellings. Just as a reminder, we need an element of the we need an element of the soul for that, and then we need 3 either heart or winter. So regret, hindsight, storm, the melody, solace. So a number of things that we can use, but we need to get access to them. That'll be what the FET helps with. That's got to mean Numa. Maybe not. Nope, just summer music. So current affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? We'll either draw a new incident, find a suitable visitor for the current incident, or retire the current incident if there are no visitors left for it. And Oriflamme's is coming back. So Oriflamme's got an 8. Oh, that's actually a pretty good one, but we only have 2 Spintra. Oriflamme's established 1776, set Science Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase. So I would have bought that if I could have. Unfortunately, it wasn't a little bit beyond me. But we're definitely going to be able to read on resonance. Okay, let's think about our next few steps. So, I think I'm still going to want to talk to Mr. Kill for moods. Next up, I am going to want to... Right, so I gotta wait until I'm... Yeah, so I'm gonna use the tryst. Alright, well, what else am I gonna do in the meantime? So I actually need one more sky. No, we'll just use the sunny day. So the next level move would be to find a way to get the... Yeah, you know what? It's not worth it. I was going to say, try and find a way to get the FET to do it. The FET has got... So that would be Rose. So I believe Ambrose's desk? Nope. I'm curious, but I'm not going to hold up anything on it. So, but yeah, we'll take sights and sensations. The sunny day. We basically could have used any element of the soul, but on resonance. So I can master this mystery. Enough sky to match mystery sky. Moving up, we have got whoopsies. So the quenchings and quellings I'm using my whist for, and then we'll decamp from the bed after we recover. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to use the sky with this, so we'll decamp after we heal the tryst. Actually, I got a couple of other clever ideas. So we're gonna talk with Mr. Kill for memories. So I may still keep the Tisane flowing. Okay, so we'll collect that. So we'll collect the satisfaction. So we'll do this at least one more time for the simple reason that I've got the satisfaction already. And I don't have... Well, I sort of have what it takes to get the Tryst back, but there's some other things that I can use the Fet for. So there's no rush to recover the Tryst quite yet. So I'll get my money's worth from it, basically. Now, what I want to do with the Fet... So essentially, just as a reminder, what I'm trying to do here is move up my quenchings and quellings. So with that, I need some combination of heart and winter. So Kiona Abydos will get me a regret. Traveling at Night Volume 2 will get me a solace. And What Does Not Bark will get me a storm. Okay, there's a hindsight. That's already put us ahead. So I just need two more memories of either heart or winter. Developments in the world beyond Brandkrug, drawing a new incident. D.I. Douglas Moore, Detective Illuminate of the Suppression Bureau, a stoic but weary fellow. His dearest wish is to move to Chingford and grow roses, but the buggers won't let him retire. Visitor interested in the solar project, the affair of the Royal Endeavour. The new king has sanctioned the use of the crown's wealth to fund a visionary new industrial project, one that will transform our economy and furnish the kingdom with a sense of patriotic mission. Parliament, dazzled, has already passed the Royal Endeavour Act, mandating the construction of the necessary facilities, although the details remain in some respects vague. Visitors with interest in forge or lantern mysteries will want to talk about this. So, we've got lantern or heart, and he understands Greek, but only Greek. Oriflams thanks you for your continued interest. Alright, so I think we've probably got something that can make him happy. Yeah, Sunrise Awakenings. Fear. Ooh. Oh wait, that's an edge, so never mind. We're on to summer, so I believe that's when the barber comes by. Yeah, so the barber is a moth and rose. Let me just double check what we need for our rooms. Yeah, so a 6 rose. So that's a good argument to get the Fet back. So we don't have a moth room. So, sorry, I just need a second to think about this. So we can get them up to 3 rows off of the fat. So I can get 5 rows, but then I don't have a rows tool. So it's probably better that I just try and move the sky up to get into this room, because I think that might give me a rows tool when the time comes. Something finished. Oh, here we go. Okay, so there's the storm. So I've got hindsight, fear. I think Keon at Abydos is the next one I want. Oh yeah, actually I do also want a sensation, but not to make the witching to sane. Well, we might be able to make it work. Let me just see what we've got here. So if I were to say Arab, Trist, Desires and Dissolutions, and a Tisane. Yeah, we already clear that out, so... Fascinating. So for some reason, it's interpreting this as wanting to craft a witching to sane as opposed to heal the malady. Okay. That's fine. I will grab the satisfaction from the impertinent vitulation, though. On resonance, experiments in ithistry by the skysmith Everett Vincent. Vincent suggests percussion instruments that might be sympathetic to a number of hours and names, some more likely than others. Vincent uncontroversially suggests drums of various materials as sympathetic instrument for the thunderskin and its ascendant duendrazones. He proposes bells of bronze and iron for the lionsmith and colonel. He spends some time on the design of a bee rattle for the malachite, but doesn't seem entirely confident of his findings. So if you can just give me a quick second here, I'm going to make a couple notes. Okay. Sorry, I just got a couple of I just got pinged on a couple things. Okay, we're good. So I do have a couple notes I need to write here. Okay, let's grab it. So foresight doesn't quite help me. Bells and braziers is helpful though. We'll be leveling that up, although probably not today because we need to put an element of the soul. Okay, well, first things first. And this was the sky text, so we'll put that in the appropriate room. Ah! Oh yeah, and I don't think I wrote down the... Okay, no, we'd already had on resonance. Cool. So I think I'm still short on quellings and quenchings. Yeah, I'm waiting on Keown at Abydos for that. And if things don't hurry up, I may wind up losing some elements of the soul for tomorrow. Okay, actually, we may be able to push things ahead. 1, 2, 3. Yep, that does the trick. It's obviously my silly, like, duplication thing, but hey, it worked. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Improve this skill to level 4. Alright. What next? We still talk with Mr. Kill. Because we're going to want Forge or Sky for another level of Bales and Braziers. Although I think Foresight will be sufficient. Although I don't have any lantern to apply and I don't have metal, so it won't matter. Yeah, so nice to have, but unfortunately I don't think we're... I don't think we are where we need to be to get that. Okay, so let's try recovering my Tryst again. I actually think I should maybe make a note. Yeah, so if I try an Arab, Desires and Dissolutions, and a Witching to Sane, it wants to craft a Witching to Sane. If I add Memory Satisfaction, that doesn't do the trick either. I could cure this malady with bed rest, something suitable to drink, and enough of the relevant aspects. So it would seem to me... Oh... Wrong one. It was the Fet. Yeah. That's why it was trying to craft it. I was trying to cure the wrong one. Okay, that's going to take 3 minutes. That's almost certainly longer than I can decamp with, so let's get gardening. Sea holly in summer, blue crown in winter. We're in summer, so fragrant chalice in summer, Lenten rose in winter. Rarer plants might flourish in Numa. Cat's claw in spring, trumpeter's lily in summer. Rarer plants might flourish in Numa. I need to remember what all of these different plants do, but let's just go for whatever we can. So, gather in summer. In summer, trumpeter's lily flourishes like a shout. The new king has sanctioned use of the crown's wealth to fund a visionary new industrial project. Interesting. So I got that achievement quite late. Okay, let's see here. So I don't think there's anything else I can really get from Mr. Kill right now, so let's have a chat with D.I. Douglas Moore. Let's talk to him about the Royal Endeavour. Detective Illuminate Douglas Moore on special assignment to the High Executive for the Royal Endeavour. Get me. Detective Illuminate Douglas Moore on special assignment to the High Executive for the Royal Endeavour. Get me? Hope you're interested. Try a book with as much mystery lantern as their lantern aspect. Anyone builds something important, there's always someone trying to break into it or blow it up. That's the job. Funny to see a pack of vicars getting involved with something like that, though. Suppose it's what they call doctrinal differences. Here to look into that. So we'll give him Sunrise Awakenings. Thanks for that. Got a much better sense of who I might have to arrest now. Mrs. M's gonna like that. No time at all for the church. Mrs. M, proper free thinker. Never mind all them poor mediums, she says. Lock up a bishop or two, save all that money on silly hats. Told her once if we locked people up for spending too much on millinery, she'd need to watch out. Had to eat my dinner in the garden shed that evening. Anyway, ta-ta. We've never really gotten to hear we've never gotten to hear Douglas talk at length. This is very fun. For those of you who don't know, in Cultist Simulator, the weary detective does have a name, and it is Douglas. And in this case, we have his last name, and then there is some rumor that came up in terms of the pen name of his occult alias, which seemed to generate some controversy on the Reddit. So I won't... well, I don't know. If you really want to know, I can go into detail, but... yeah, just one of those things. So I think fog might help me with some of these moon texts. And we got a bronze spintra for our efforts. So I suppose if I want to keep the Tisane flowing, I do still have the option. Oh, no I don't, because I don't have enough Grail. Alright, Trumpeter's Lily, a glorious efflorescence of sunset orange. Let's maybe try and move some of the tea to a more appropriate location. I don't think we're going to have enough room for all of them anyway, but... Alright, well, two's better than nothing. But we will use the health tomorrow to recover the to decamp. And then I also need to make sure that I keep the Fost available for bells and braziers because I don't have forge. I seem pretty confident in an 8 Grail. Why might I think that? So I can get up to 6 on its own. Yeah, I don't think we're ready for it. Anyways. We do still have the satisfaction, so I'm going to use the Tryst and Desires and Dissolution to make another Witching to Sane, because why not? The rate of production is slower now that I don't have two curses, and we are going to be getting rid of the Sky Curse, but it's going to require a little bit of effort. So if I want to get into Solomon's Bed, that requires winter. Okay. So first things first, we decamp, not from the infirmary, we decamp from here. So the reason I do this is because I need the sky for, so like in terms of sky, actually hang on, let's think about this. So I can already use sights and sensations. Okay, actually, so if I have Solace or Storm, then I don't need to use the health. Oh, nope. Because I can't add the relevant sky skill. Yeah, so Solomon's Bed makes the most sense. So we decamp with our health, which means I can't go gardening, but that's life. I'm going to have to use my Whist, which is fine because it's the Fost that I want available for bells and braziers. Let's wait for the weather to see what we're going to do. Okay, rainy day. I don't really... I mean, I got another Tisane out of it. Is I think the fair statement. I mean, unless I really want to try... So with the Snare of the Tree... So in theory, what I could do here would be I do the Snare in the Tree, Arab... so I do Rain, Arab, Desires and Dissolutions, so that gets me 6. And then I just kind of hope I get lucky. But the potential cost for that is that I lose my Arab. You know, that might still be worth it, though. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to give that a shot. I've got a couple of things that I can do to angle things in my favor, too, so... I'm going to start by talking with Mr. Kill. So the curse on Arab is a little bit scarier to me for the simple reason that it does deny me access to Mrs. Kill if I need it. But it's a risk I'm willing to take on in order to advance my existing skills. So we got 90 seconds there. Okay, so with my Tryst, I'm gonna get a Grail memory. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to prep myself for every possibility that the extra events are going to throw at me. So if it asks for a follower, I can either give Mr. Kill one of the Tissanes, or I can give him the satisfaction memory. Either one of those works, frankly. I am looking to get a Forge or a Sky, so just as a recollection. So we just need one more of those. This is why I'm talking with him right now. We can probably get Regret. I think Regret will be sufficient. Yeah, Fiona Davidos will do. Or Foresight. So we can actually lock that in right now. Now I guess that locks me out of recovering my sickness, though. Well, maybe not, but I do want to get the lesson in. We'll still talk with Mr. Kill. So I could use the one Grail from the Gossip, but we can do better. We're going to read that again for the satisfaction, and then I'll feed the one to Mr. Kill. I don't think... I was trying to think if I had any Rose skills, but it looks like I don't. One of those forge texts might have... Or no, they couldn't become accessible because I don't have metal. Ah, now this intuition's interesting. Okay, so I actually want to spend a second to think about this. So we've got intuition, we've got the FET restored. But yeah, it looks like I don't have a skill that's related to Rose yet. So I am going to be a bit of an idiot here. I'm going to try and get an intuition. Oh, but I need to finish reading already. 43 seconds. Yeah, we can chat with. Okay, this is a safe place for me now, to the extent that dreams are safe. So if I couldn't even try right now, actually. Oh, I should have talked to him about the satisfaction, actually. Okay, that's fine. We're one behind, but I can make this work. Yeah, actually I kind of messed this up overall I messed this up, but we can still salvage it. So you get a satisfaction here. Oh no, I've got this now. Okay, so I've got a memory, I've got a follower, I've got a an input. Okay, the only last thing I want to do is give Mr. Kill Rose. So we'll go Orchid Transfigurations, a feast for the intuition. I'm hoping we have enough time to do everything here, but because we're getting close to the end of the day, but I think I'm going to be able to pull this off. And again, I'm putting both my Arab and my Fet at risk doing this, but I think it's going to turn out in the... well, yeah, I think I can mitigate the risk part, and I think it's possible I'm going to walk away with a sort of a better outcome. So one last step, we'll grab the intuition for... Actually, I should grab a third intuition, but... Oh, that's right, I can only use one memory. Okay, cool. So that didn't waste too much time. So we go... It might make sense to actually pay for a laborer. Okay, so desires and... Ooh. Right, this is one for the consider verb anyway. Okay, so Arab, desires and dissolutions, well, rain, memory, satisfaction, it doesn't really matter. Oh, yeah, actually, weather, there's a specific weather one, so that's a good idea here. So, we're down to, but we can apply Mr. Kill to solve the problem there. So, next up, I want to augment a follower, and in this case, I think it makes as much sense to just hire... oh yeah, because they also bring some rows anyway. So we'll pay up for a miner. Or not a miner, a barber. The itinerant barbers of the South Country will keep you clean and kempt. Make sure you don't miss out on any news or gossip, and arrange matters so you aren't too troubled by vermin. Snip, snip. So we're getting another intuition out of this. Afterwards, we will try to read the Book of the Centipede. I am a little concerned about the hour, but... So perhaps you provided Grail, but not enough to match Mystery Grail. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. I am feeling the pressure of getting it done on time. Okay. I'm going to take a bit of a Hail Mary on this one, so I need one more intuition. But I'm going to start reading the book without it. So, we go... That... Memory, intuition. Now again, I'll just double check here. I don't think we have any Rose skills. So this is an ambitious book to be reading without the relevant skill. But what I do instead, I'm going to rely on having the barber or the... So, if it gives me the challenge, well, it'll be within the next minute anyway. But yeah, right now we're just kind of banking on the day not crossing over. And of course, us having the relevant aspects, but we're more likely in the case of Grail. Opportunities, there's still a chance. So if it asks me for an element of the soul, that's just going to be sadness. Speaking of, I suppose one other thing I can try is Solomon's bed. No, because I'm still sick. So I got to keep track of 2 of these things, which is a little nerve-wracking. A memory. That'll do it. Okay, so we've got the Grail. So 8 seconds before we get our memory for Secret Histories. Or, sorry, for Rose. Okay. Snare of the Tree, collected proverbs of Aunt Mopsy. Once in the wood we call a visit, twice in the wood we call a journey, thrice we call coming home. Every timber has its knots, the straight and the crooked both. Every weave is more absence than thread. You can't keep nowhere out any more than you can keep somewhere in. When the cuckoo learns the nightingale's song, our sleep is sweeter than honey. So what did that get me? A confounding parable and apple bright. Okay. So this is one I gotta add to the list. Okay, so I got lucky on that one, but obviously we sort of invented some of our luck for that. Confounding parable. That'll actually help us with our Rose challenges too. Okay, for starters, let's grab... I'm not considering that. Apple Bright Euphonies. I've gained more... Sorry, gained more understanding of Apple Bright Euphonies. New skill, Breath is the temptation of the soul. Next up, can I heal my malady? So if I take the Tryst and I take the Sights and Sensations, so that's 4. Yes, that's okay here because I have the memory intuition. Cure. This is just a drink. I made the Eigengrau by mistake. But okay, that's going to take 3 minutes, but that's fine because I'm not actually giving up any... Oh man, I totally forgot to check. Okay, so I don't know how many opportunities passed, but this wasn't going to work. Oh man. Two souls make me sad. Breath is the temptation of the soul, pleasures and insights that the church would call the sacred laws, the sisterhood of the mysteries and the bureau. Sorry, the sisterhood, the mysteries, and the bureau unsanctioned. So interestingly enough, if I had the relevant element, I would have actually been able to use that as an input. I'm really worried that we're going to cross over into the day. A thing. Okay. Fiddle with something here, increase relevant as. Okay, so I need to find a thing with rows. I'm pretty sure we've got a thing somewhere in... Oh, man! So paintings don't count as things. I think most of the rose stuff is actually in some of the other rooms. But this is important enough that I'm going to make a special effort to look for it. So I mean, in the worst case, we can put old Musgrave in there, but that's not enough. Oh, hang on. Let's have a whiskey while reading it. Chill out, dude. All right. The Book of the Centipede. In the mid-1860s, when Madame Yi presented an entertainment based, she claimed, on this book. The centipede always found her way into the dark places. When she was punished for it, she reacted badly, in the Mansis, as in Maya. The river runs through the sands out of myth and into legend. The painted river runs the other way. One is barred to the centipede now, but she finds ways back in sometimes. Okay, I don't think I have any shelf space for Rose texts here, but maybe we'll put that in the... And we've got Sand Stories, so we'll read that. Get those right away. New skill of Wandering Tribes, Watchful Vagabonds, and Winged Devourers. The description actually sounds more like something you'd find in Port Noon, but I don't think that's what the Sand Stories are supposed to be. So let's see what the weather brings today. Okay, cloudy day, so that doesn't get me a ton. But we are in pretty good shape as far as getting stuff done. So, I think I just need one... Okay, before I go too far, let's just see what we've got available to us. So 2 8-lantern texts. We can try our hand at something mothy. If I want to take my chances with Moon, I can. 8 scale, 6 forge. I mean, we have the 3. We can get it up to 5, which seems like a reasonable enough risk. We can actually just commit for the metal too, but we do still have some texts that we can read that don't okay, so that's the wrong shelf. This should all be things I don't know how to read, but In Memory of Gods should be here. So this was the too difficult shelf. So let's reevaluate what too difficult is, because we've got some Grail that we can work with, and we've got some Winter that we can work with. Okay, so theoretically... Nope, not theoretically. We're still at 2 for the most. So I need to somehow find 8 extra Grail. Currently I can muster 6. I don't feel really comfortable with trying... Yeah. So I may need to start considering... I may need to consider committing some stuff to the... Yeah, so there's two reasons why I might want to commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms. So reason number one would be I want to get access to, let's say, metal so that I can read those forge texts. Alternatively, I want to get access to Shapt so that I can get access to Timothy. And then finally, I want to, commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms so that I can get, well, no, actually, it's really just an access thing at this point. Obviously, I can also just do more during a day. But, yeah, this is really just about unlocking rooms of the house. So, let's see. So, if it's Timothy, we can get... And this is kind of theoretical here. So like 2 rooms. Now I should think about Mr. Kill here. So can we bring him up to 8? So let's just think about that. Starts with 2 from Whist, so that's up to 4. Give him, let's say, like a Regret or something like that. That's up to 6. So the question is where the last 2 comes from, because Eigengrau, I think, only gives 1 extra winter. Whereas Solomon's Preparation bumps things up even higher. Which I may be able to create. Okay, so let's say that that's not an option. So let's scratch that, go all the way to the start and say, what about Denzil? Okay, so let's say Timothy can't quite demonstrate his use. What about Denzil? Well, Denzil really only gets us access to one place, which is the Ruined Kitchen. If I hire him now, I can get him at 2. I could technically give him a drink. Yeah, but see, give me a storm and I can get to the same place with Mr. Kill. So Reverend Timothy kind of is the better argument. One other thing for me to consider is Denzil. So let's say I bring him with Arab. Yeah, the catch is if I bring him in with Arab, I need to find another way of giving him an edge. And I don't think I have an edge. I don't think I have an edge item. Like the shears are obviously moth. Yeah, so unless I definitely don't want to give up the it would be silly to give up the milk, the serpent milk. So it really comes down to a question of what books do I want to take a chance on. So Kittling Ripe and Moldy Warp's Grave definitely feels like something I should be able to read without too much difficulty. The moon texts are another story. I did have something with scale. It was the Pentiments and Precursors, but I can only muster up 3 scale for that text. Yeah, the moon ones are like the biggest trap, because I actually only have 1 moon off of my Element of the Soul. So those are ones that are basically waiting for a foggy day, because I add that to the tryst, and then I hit them with my. Okay, so yeah, that's why I'm storing those. Okay, so let's think about fet. No, actually, fet is the tricky one. We're not reading books today. I'm going to talk with Timothy about books. We're going to go to Crowcross Sands to see. Hopefully this gives me a higher level response. Trying to think if there's anything I can do with Faust that isn't making money. Well, okay. We'll use that in Alpha-Bright Euphrates. I suppose one of the things I should be trying to do is to see... Yeah, actually, hang on. This is the time for me to experiment with my skills. Okay. I'm just going to do this sort this alphabetically. Okay, so Snow Stories gives me Bittersweet Certainty and a Midnight Mark. Bells and Braziaries gives me a Wistful Air and Bitter Black Salts. Auroral Contemplations, Eigengrau, and Torg's Cleansing. Also Eigengrau grants Winter and Moth. Edicts Inviolable. Okay, we don't have that one yet, so that's one for me to check out. Glass blowing and vessel crafting. So we know this. We know the knock, but not the sky. Okay, so that's one for me to check out. Pentiments and precursors. Not on the list. Okay. There's actually a few for me to study here. Now, out of curiosity, yeah, sadly I don't think... I wanted to see if it was possible to make something out of the Fusine, but we'll have to try that later. Surgeries and exsanguinations. Sorry for all the typing, but there's a bunch of new stuff I haven't tried yet. For some reason I don't have Disciplines of the Scar in here. That's surprising. Use that to improve Denzel's edge. Strings and songs. Poison Thorns is one that I haven't done yet. I feel, just taking a look at this, I'm pretty sure I didn't save the relevant information, because it feels like there's a lot of stuff that's missing in here. Okay, Edict's Liminal, Tanglebrag, Secret Threshold, Disciplines of the Hammer, Bitter Black Salts, and Levitic Tincture, Megaphene Mysteries, Eigengrau, and Regensburg Balm. Desires and Dissolutions, our famous source of Witching to Sane. Actually, if I had a flower, it's good for Ruby Wise Ruin, so that's a good one to remember. So if I need a high intensity Grail recipe, if I can get that up to 10 Grail, I can get something cool out of that. And we did the Applebright Euphonies. Not yet announced. So obviously, like, there's a few different things for me to try here. So there's going to be a number of these which have gaps in terms of just their basic outcomes, which I want to check out. Then some of the advanced ones, I want to see what the scholar level recipe is like. But again, we'll take this sort of one step at a time. So first things first, we need to talk with Mr. Kill to get get him running around. Now, I guess the question is, what do I do with the FET? So I don't think I'm going to need Rose for today. Yeah, so FET doesn't really do anything for me right now. In terms of Applebright Euphonies, I can learn some information from that Arab. Faust with its lantern. I would have thought would tell me something. It's actually going to be the sky that is more informative out of that. And then... oh no, not true. Glaciary and Lightsmithing. Okay, so there are... yeah, there's a little... each of these have relevance to one of the skills currently being used. So first things first, I'm looking for a Grail or a Sky. And then I think maybe we'll wait the minute. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. Sand Stories 2 Rose 1 Moon. Cool. So this is more about just acquiring memories right now. I don't have too much invested in what comes out. I think that's enough for our Applebright. So we got to give up the Faust for that. There's always more to learn. Improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help you with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches on the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it. So we'll make a place. Okay, so I want winter lantern, grail edge, moth, and rose. Oh yeah, sand stories. So that actually gives something for the fat to work with. Again, contingent on what we see with Mr. Kill. The other thing that's important here is it's less about getting the outcome so much as just getting a measure of what it's going to produce. So what I'm trying to do here is just maximize the number of memories that I have, or indeed any kind of given aspect that I have, so that I can just start trying some combinations and seeing what these things produce. The most exciting results are the ones, oh, a mackerel. Eat it while it's fresh or keep it while it's salted. It's got some scale aspect. I kind of want to feed it to the... Yeah, I can actually play around with the larva a bit too. Okay, I got some ideas about some things that we can do. We're halfway through the day, but we've got 18 seconds before... Well, I mean, curing the malady doesn't mean much because everything's going to be tied up anyway. But I will get my sights and sensations back, although I think we already know everything about sights and sensations. Alright, timepiece recovery. We are back in the game. Alright. So, quenchings and quellings. I don't think I have that on my list. So if it feels like I'm being a bit, if it feels like I'm being a bit silly with how this works, here's what I was saving up for. So we'll go to Solomon's desk. So we'll take our quenchings and quellings. I'll start by adding the whist. We will add our regret memory. Okay, so first of all, we get now, the next question is there something winter-like that I can throw in here to push it to that 10th? And unfortunately, I don't think so. Well, okay, there is one thing I can try, which is the book, but I don't think it's gonna be the result I'm looking for. Yeah, I'm just gonna try and recall a memory off of that. So basically what I'm looking to try and do here is get some kind of a I'm trying to get some kind of winter aspect in here, so that I can see. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that I did have so the mortar and pestle actually gives me an extra forge. It doesn't entirely surprise me that I don't have a winter ink kicking around here, but so yeah, the drawback here is that had I been able to find some kind of winter input that I could have put into this, it would have given me an indicator in terms of what the scholar level recipe is, and that can be very helpful in some ways. The other thing I can look for are like places that will accept winter. That's gotten a lot more... Oh, actually, you know what? There's one more thing I can do. Solomon's bed. So if I have Solomon's preparation, which used to show up here. Yep. Okay, so I'm willing to guess crush a flour in and mix a pale and chilling draft. I'm gonna guess that it might be Solomon's preparation. So, so that's good. That tells me. So this is quenchings and quellings is very useful to me in terms of being able to move Mr. Kill up and down. It does also mean that I'm going to want to go. I'm going to want to garden a whole lot. Okay, so the last thing that I want to do with quenchings and quellings is to put it in a place where it will accept heart. Actually, you know what? Will this accept sky? Nope. Nope, that does though. Okay, so we add the storm, we add quenchings and quellings again. Ah, hell. So I don't have an element of the soul to give me that extra heart. Oh, cool. Okay, so that's quenchings and quellings. Hopefully that's not going to take as long for these others. So, sights and sensations I think we've already covered. I could actually, maybe... no, I don't have the sky anymore. I was thinking we could try this. We're at 6, so that would bring me up to 7. Well, if I could find more sky memories, so it's not ruled out, but we're not quite there yet, so let's not waste too much time there. Snow stories, I think we're covered. Can get that up to 5, 7. Yeah, it's not work. Oh no, hang on. With Solomon's preparation? Yeah, we should actually give this a try. So again, the aim here is not to make this stuff, it's just to get an idea of what it is. So find a chilling insight in the memory of snow for a scholar level recipe. Let it guide my hand when I dissect remains, and I can render something darkly leathery, chillingly powerful. Okay, so that looks like Essential Paroist. Bells and Braziers. No real surprises there. We don't have any forge to... Well, that's... Yeah, we don't have any forge to bring that to 5, let's say. Applebright Euphonies, on the other hand, we do, and that's a mystery to us. So... it's actually a mystery on 2 fronts. Oh, but it won't accept Grail here, so I guess Lady Ava's desk perhaps? Well, sort of, but... Okay, I need to muddle things around. Oh, dang. Oh, here we go. Okay, we can craft a confounding parable. Okay, so if I want to make it happen with Grail, we take the Applebright, Euphonies, Arab, and I can't throw a Witching to Sane in there yet. Okay, so we need to hope for some Grail memories. Rural Contemplations, I think we're good, and I don't see... Yeah, we don't have that much now. Edicts Inviolable. I don't think I have the extra heart that I need. Oh no, the Witching to Sane. So I'll add the Storm. Okay, so that's Regensburg Bomb. How do I figure out the moon side of this? I don't. Okay, Glaciary and Lightsmithing, I have a feeling I'm going to need to wait on. Because I may have the Memory Storm, but I don't have any other Sky. Have you seen... You know, weirdly enough, if I had the Storm and then the Witching to Sane... Okay, languages cannot be used for... usually be used for crafting. You can try the same trick with surgeries and exsanguinations. The Witching to Sane's really delivering. Okay, probably can't figure out anything knock-wise with them. Disciplines of the Scar. You know, I think the thing that sucks here is I've already used the edge. I think I've already used the edge ink. But for the sake of exploration, let's just see. It also occurred to me with some of the inks I have, so I should be looking for well, I don't need to think too much about it, but like I should go back and take a look at a couple of my knock recipes. Watchman's Paradoxes. You know what we need to know from them. Ragged Crossroads, I think we're good. Okay. Strings and Songs is entirely new, so I think we're going to try that in Solomon's Bed. So we can combine the Memory Storm. We throw Whist in. Oh, did I mess up? Oh, of course, because we don't have... We were just one short on the heart. Okay. But we should still be able to make something happen with the Sky. Or can we? So easier said than done because I had the storm. Nope. Oh no, that's fine because then we had the astrolabe. Okay, we get a wistful air out of that. Okay, leaves and thorns. I think I can get the nectar. But what's going to accept nectar? Yeah, okay, easier said than done. I don't really have that many crafting places yet. Yeah, so all the cool nectar stuff, I need the proper equipment. Okay, fun. That's another mystery for me to work with then. Well, no, hang on. Okay, so there's technically something I can do as long as I find a Grail workbench. We'll be fine. EXMO, I think we're good. Okay. Disciplines of the Hammer, I think we're good. Megaphene Mysteries. Although I could spell it right. Yeah, they're good. Pentaments and Precursors, I don't think we have. So the question is, how do I... Okay, I can get the Grail. Unfortunately, we don't have the scale yet, so the Grail's the less exciting of the two. Or I would if... yeah, so it's not... This isn't going to accept the Witching to Sane, but I do know it's going to accept something else. So we had the Grail, we don't have the memory that we need, but we add the... Oh... Shucks. I'm one behind. Okay, Sand Stories is the last of these. And it actually lets me try something I was thinking of. So I don't have a rose memory yet, but it did occur to me that I have a couple of powerful inks. So if I had the porphyrin, so I can craft a salt sign. And so that requires light, and it's not clear what that produces. So I'm sorry to do this, but this is actually important information for me here. So I can find out the scholar level recipe for Noc, Moon, Rose. So what we're going to do, anything that's not... there's another ink that's powerful like that. Oh, it's also porphyrin. Let me just double check that that's... I'm happy if that's the case, but... Yeah, Catwink isn't the most exciting. Yeah, so it seems like it's the porphyrin, which is fine. But like I said, what I want to do now is I want to see any... so to find out that basically, this is an opportunity for me to find out the scholar level recipes for all of my moon, knock, and rose recipes, which is a fairly big deal. Oh, do I not have a soul? Okay, Arab works. Now, moon is the lesser aspect, so create, so it's a midnight mark. So this is looking for an egg. I'll hatch something mischievous and silvery. Interesting. Okay, so again, it was moon, knock, and rose. So edicts inviolable. Oop, wrong one. I'm going to get a little bit better at switching these out. I don't need to throw everything out each time. Interesting. Oh, right, because it's a lower level one. So if I had, yeah, if I had slightly better. Okay, fair enough. But at least I learned something about edicts. Okay, so Catwink. That's an ink, which is nice. Okay, so glass blowing. Ah, okay. So let's take care of the moon ones first. I'm going to have to find a place that takes knock otherwise. Agaphine Mysteries. Again, not sufficient. No, hang on. Yeah, no, we're definitely short. We're short the one here, but Magathene Mysteries. That one wants a flower. Oh, that's interesting. I have a feeling that that's going to be Solomon's preparation, which you'd normally associate with moon, with winter. Okay, short on the moon and short on the moon. Or although doesn't take the okay. So now I need to find a knock and a rose desk. Hey, that does both. So basically, we're just going to catch up on the remaining ones that I wasn't able to do before. Doesn't take moon. Insufficient knock. Also insufficient knock. I got so excited for this and now it's disappointing me. Although it makes sense because I don't actually have the... Yep. Salt sign... Okay. Okay, so unless I find a knock memory, yeah, it's basically just a knock memory, or I think that's all. Maybe something with higher moon. That's kind of it. So I suppose the question now would be, is there anything that I want to construct out of those aspects? So Grail, Rose, maybe it's better I just sort by outcomes. So I think probably the drinks are the most useful to me right now, because they're somewhat, like, they're permanent, basically. Um, so realistically, the drinks I can make are Eigengrau and hang on, surely I should be able to find the sky from glass blowing and vessel crafting. Oh no, that's interesting. So I'm just gonna, this might be a bug, so. There's also a similar situation with transformations and liberations. So that may not be a bug, that might be. Okay, so I definitely have some things that I can make, but they're not critical at the moment. So that's some useful information for later on in the playthroughs, but this is not something I want or need to be doing right now. So what I'm going to do, basically, when I reach a time like this, what I really want to be doing is experimenting. So there might be something with memories that I want to do, but I want to make the most of the day, and that's going to mean kind of having interactions or talking. Oh yeah, if I want to talk, I'm going to have to stop talking with Mr. Kill. That's fine though. I think I'm willing to give up interactions with Mr. Kill. Sorry to kind of put the playthrough on hold like that, but I'm learning. So let's have a chat with our little beastie. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. So the interesting question here will be whether or not it offers fear again. Technically, twice isn't necessarily a pattern, but it's, it's suggestive, let's say. Now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Okay, so yes, it does consistently generate fear. So the hungry larva is twitching voraciously. So we'll now exercise some effort, and it's a little extreme. I mean, this mackerel does actually have some rather good stats on it. Oh. It does not accept remain. It's a vegetarian. Okay. Well. I was sort of hoping to make something. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe it'd be better for me to be able to. I think it would be better for me to generate food from the garden before I start giving. Like, I do still want to just be giving up replaceable things. So, I'm gonna leave that be. But we do have a couple packages to unwrap. So let's consider with our fet, and then with our whist. If the animal was thirsty, that would be another story, but yeah, I'm feeling, again, it took us a while to kind of get through all of that, but I'm actually feeling pretty good in terms of the skills that we've got. I am feeling a little less comfortable with where we are in terms of the unlocking the different rooms. Because I do feel at some point I'm going to have to just commit something to the Tree of Wisdoms, and yet I feel like I'm close to being able to, you know, just get one more step. Something especially tasty. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. So we've got the TRN Limited Drinking Cocoa. So that is a packet, which means we'll be able to make a few out of that. That's good, because I think we had to give one of those up for one of our... I think it was when we were trying to recover from a curse. We'll open something shipwrecked. What ship lost this? So in theory, if I were to add this with pentiments and precursors, so if I had my health, I could add this with pentiments and precursors. Actually, if I add this, oh, but I don't have an element of the soul to apply anymore. Shucks. I could have learned what that was. Oh well. A mystery for next time. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So the good news is everything that we did today. More packages. It's packages all the way down. The good news is that everything that we did today, like we recover all of our elements of the soul, so we are ready to do. You know, if an opportunity comes up tomorrow, we're ready for it. And if not, then that's when we start thinking, okay, so what's the best way for me to move forward so that we're not waiting for the weather? I don't necessarily mind like waiting for a foggy day to read the to read the moon text. And I figure at the very least we can read Kittling Ripe and Moldy Warp's Grave. But I don't know. I feel like we should expect more, basically. But as always, we'll see. Okay, so it's a sunny day, not the most exciting possibility, but I do want to make sure that we're exploring all of our options. So, first things first. With Trist, we've got 2 moths. So we had Kittling Ripe, Trist, Impulse, which was the thing I screwed up. And then Edict's Liminal. Yeah, so Kittling Ripe we should have in the bag. Now, excuse me. In theory, if I were to try Rose of Woznai, we've got Faust, we've got Sunny. Yeah, so the highest level lantern I get is 6. Now, I am willing to risk my Faust if it means that I can read a level 8 text. The question is, where do I get the rest of my lantern from? So, we are going to talk with Mr. Kill. But the last thing I want to consider is, are we in a position where maybe we can get Mr. Kill to do something a little bit more useful for us? So I'll use the Whist here. So Mr. Kill has 1 sky. We've got multiple rooms that will need 6 sky. So we can bring him up to 3, 4 with the Faust, 5 with the Astrolabe. And if he accepts... Well, actually, this is the time to test. So if he accepts the Trumpeter's Lily, we're good. And if he doesn't, we either need to give him a drink or it just doesn't happen. Okay. So, Impulse. I think that's from Orchid Transfigurations. No, it's from Traveling at Night. Right. The one I can't get. Man, I really screwed that one up. Even if I try, even if I try using my skills, I don't have any skills that seem to be able to generate moth memory. So really, we are hoping for the best when we talk with Mr. Kill. Otherwise, I basically can't get Kittling right, which is frustrating. So I've got a couple of things that I can use to my advantage. So number 1. I can get Rumors from the Sweet Bones using Arab. Now let's just take a second and reflect on that. So if I try to hire Denzel will give me 2 forge. I can take a memory to bring him to 4. I can actually get... Oh yeah, that's right. I can get Denzel up to 5 forge now, and I believe there is a room that takes 5 forge. Or did we already go there? Looks like we already went there. Yeah, so we need 6, which I could get through metal, but I can't get on my own. Edge, he starts with 1. A memory would give him 3. I don't think any of these tools are edge tools. Yeah, I think we've already gone over this. Okay, yeah, so I need metal if I'm going to make Denzil useful to me. So all of this is just going to rest on what Mr. Kill gives us. Well, sorry, not entirely. So we're going to talk with Mr. Kill, but we're also going to go to the Sweet Bones and see what the rumor mill drags up. A little respect. I am the librarian of Hush House. I will question the villagers of Brankrug, and I will add whatever they tell me to my store of knowledge. So also, again, it doesn't hurt to remember that we do have a moth character. So if there are any moth challenges for me to run into, which I do believe happen later in the house, we can use them. Unfortunately, it's not what we need right now. Okay, so let's think about... So moth orchids in spring and summer. Yeah, so let's garden. I really like this song. Oh yeah, I haven't opened the package wind up. Yeah. So I can use the whist for that, I figure. We still have a fair amount of summer to go, so if we can't make any progress today, I think we throw in the towel and we commit to the gossip doesn't quite get me what I need, and we commit some things to the Tree of Wisdoms. I'm not quite ready to give up on it yet. There's still some possibilities. Yeah, so Kittling Ripe is the most likely scenario, or the most likely candidate. Journal of Walter de Wolf would actually be a piece of cake if I had metal. So that's probably metal is probably the first candidate for a couple of reasons. Okay, Ava's locks. I'll find a place for it. Oh, there's also a Tisane on the... Well, here. Really? You don't fit on there? All right. Oh, that's right. Oh, we've got Domain Reveline. All right. So I said that I was going to test to see whether or not Mr. Kill would accept a plant. I completely forgot I was going to do that. So it's starting to look like a bit of a wasted day, but we'll see. We'll see what happens on the, sort of the back end here. This is a leaf and fuel, whereas this is a flower and fuel. Now, I am expecting that Mr. Kill will not accept this. Let's take a look. So, collaborate, he will accept an element of the soul, beverage, memory, wood, sustenance, or tool. So, you can already kind of see it here. Yeah, so in this case, the materials... Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip, add something to enhance Mr. Kill's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. Unlike some assistants, Mr. Kill can make use of materials, which again is true in the sense that if we give him wood, he can work with it. But tools, I believe tool sustenance, memory, beverage, and element of the soul is universal. Well, actually, that makes sense too. Like, obviously, it's Mr. Kill. He's a carpenter of sorts. So, yeah, the hawthorn bark. Additional supplies I can offer my assistant materials, mundane or exotic. The thing is, I just don't need the knock off of Mr. Kill. So, we're basically just hoping that he gives us an impulse. If he gives us an impulse, great. You know, we've got something for the day. And if not, then we probably need to think about committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms, because otherwise we're essentially waiting for the weather to give us our progress, which can happen, right? We've relied on that in the past, but there's just so much that we can do that it feels like a real shame to leave it there. So actually, while we do that, let's go, we'll use our Faust in the Sweet Bones. I can offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. I suppose the one thing I could have tried, yeah, I lost my nerve. I should have tried the lantern texts, because we've gotten pretty good at getting rid of curses. I don't think I'm quite ready to commit the tryst yet, but when I hear the birds of doom. Okay, so we'll see what comes out the back end of that. Otherwise, I think we commit the tryst. It's only going to get me 2 pence, but it's more than 0 pence. Okay, stolen secret doesn't help me, so we will do fortune telling, coffin maker's assistance. And I don't know where the foresight went. It'll go away in the next day anyway, but I think something about the card being off-centered messed with that. So it turns out I had time for 2 more talks. So this is the time I would normally be considering locking things into the Tree of Wisdoms, but at this point I am going to see what the weather is tomorrow, and based on that, I'm going to, I'll make my decision. Okay, yeah, so Mr. Kill didn't give us anything we needed, which is fine. It happens. But yeah, because we rely on because at the moment we're relying on the weather, we might as well see, because if the weather breaks this open and we're able to read a text that we otherwise wouldn't have, it would seem to me that we take advantage of that before we move forward. So for instance, if reading one of these moth texts gives me what I need, we may be able to read all of the the moon text. If we can read the moon text, okay, another cloudy day, so we're locking some things into the Tree of Wisdoms. So first things first, this is a level 4, so we're not committing that. Right now, the highest we can commit something is level 2. So with Snow Stories, okay, so neither of those are interesting to me. Bells and Braziaries, okay, so that gets me a metal. This does the Apple Bright, but again, actually the Apple Bright's interesting because we can get to another level of Ithistry, which Bells and Braziaries would cover. But yeah, let's just focus on the level 1 stuff. So, Auroral Contemplations doesn't really do that much in its current form because of its level 1, but it also doesn't give me something that I need. Edicts Inviolable. So this one actually, has a pretty good argument for going in, because Horomacrystry winds up being one of these things that allows you to sort of bridge over to other branches. It gets me the metal. So Horomacrystry has something of an argument for locking things in. So I am going to start with Edicts Inviolable. The other option would have been Preservation. So why didn't it highlight? Okay, that also gives me Core. So we're definitely doing something with that one, but let's see what our other options are. Okay, Glass Blowing gives me Foster Whist. Fost. So I may want to consider leaving Hushery and Ithistry open for Fusine. Okay. So sadly, it looks like there's only one way for me to get metal. Okay, that gets me Core. Okay, so when it comes to metal, it looks like it has to be into Horomacrystry. So this may be my only source of Shapt. Yeah, that's going to be something for me to think about, I think. But, so I suppose the follow-up question here is knowing that I have the option to get. So it seemed to me that for core, well, I have a few options. So yeah, again, the logic here is that I can really commit this stuff whenever I want. I am slightly curious. Okay, that gets me another medal. But yeah, so if I can get another point of Oromachistry, obviously something with a bird song. But the catch is that, like, because I've got Hushery is my main focus. Oh, actually, I do want at least one thing to get committed to Nyctodromy. Actually, technically, I want something committed at level 2 to Nyctodromy. Right, that's why I was holding off on that. Although it seems to me like I could commit Fusine here, because I don't see how I'm going to level up Fusine. I mean, maybe I will. And I'm not necessarily getting, like, I'm not sort of denying myself something because I still get the option of committing bells and braziers. Well, I'm technically denying myself a Faust, actually. Yeah. I'm gonna try to avoid getting too clever with this stuff. Let's instead focus on what we can get Denzel to do now. So, I'm gonna still want to talk to Mr. Kill about getting memories. So the Ruined Kitchen. I am actually probably going to want to get Shap next too. All right, but that's fine because we'll handling this one step at a time is sufficient. So yeah, there's two different areas that I'm going to be able to get access to before I bother with the rest. So first things first, let's talk to Denzel. Denzel will talk about practical matters, though he prefers to sit in silence. A shilling will buy his help for a day. And in fact, I guess... What do you need? So I suppose I don't need to hire Mr. Kill if I'm focusing on Denzel. Okay, yeah. So, next up, I need to get Denzel his forge. High Traditions of Noble Endeavor will get me the forge. And in this case, we'll use Fet to read it, just because Fet's not going to be used for anything else. So between the metal and the foresight, we're going to be able to get Denzel to unlock the ruined kitchen. The next day, I think what we'll do is we'll get... we can use the metal to hire Denzel, then we can use the Arab and... Oh, do I have Wingstop Streets? I don't think I do. Oh, but I do have Deoris Book 3. Yeah, so we can use Denzel. We're guaranteed to get 2 rooms out of Denzel. Now, where's my heart? Okay. This is going to be interesting. So it's not in bed. It's not in the moor. I'm just trying to think, like, so I have used it as inputs to things in the past. I think it's wound up in the same spot that I think it may have wound up in the same spot that the foresight did. Sorry, let me think about this for a second, because I have half a mind to save and reload to see if the heart shows up, and also to keep a copy of the log. So I'm just starting with the basics, making sure I haven't accidentally used it as an input to something. Okay, so we're using FET to read the book. Oh, that's right. We were collecting something in the garden. There it is. Moth orchid. The true moth, the flower that opens as it changes. Okay, what the hell was I looking... Why did I want the heart? Oh, that's right. I could actually... Okay. Yes, I know how to I know how to hire Denzel multiple ways. That's fine. Why did I want the heart? Okay, neither here nor there. We're going to talk with the blacksmith about metal. Maybe I was going to go to Crowcross Sands. I'm just trying to think, is there something I can do with the Faust and the Whist? Technically reading books that are relevant to the things that I'm interested in, but I already can't get the edge that I need, so I think... Yeah, I mean, we basically just hope for an impulse at this point. So with that in mind, let's say help with letters at the Sweet Bones, and we'll see what the... Maybe we'll check out the more... The wind's almost warm. So yeah, we'll use Wistfaust and then finally Trist at the Sweet Bone. Trist basically says that we've given up on getting the impulse. And again, normally it shouldn't be that hard for me to get an impulse. That should come from traveling at night, but because the desk is blocking it, I'm limited in what I can do. Also, I believe Denzel will accept. Yeah, he says Denzel can make use of materials, so I'm expecting here that it's going to be things that a blacksmith works with. So he will accept element of the soul, metal, beverage, memory, sustenance tool. Yeah. So again, I might get lucky. We may wind up with an impulse, in which case, great, we do Kittling right. If not, Trista's not exactly like it's not a high earning ability at the Sweet Bones. So okay, twist. So we've closed off the possibility of using Mr. Kill, but that's fine because there's not that much for me to do with him. So of course we've got Denzel. We've got Denzel for the rest of the day, but I'm going to keep talking with him in hopes that we get a memory that we want. Okay. Abandoned luggage, long past the help of any lost and found. That was unexpected. I think I'll open that with the Trist if it comes down to it. I could open it with the Faust. I mean, exactly. It's not like we need the money, but okay, sixpence. So again, if I didn't use my health, I could have... Actually, also, it was kind of silly of me to use the health the way that I did. I should be gardening still. But yeah, if I didn't use my health, I could have actually learned about pentaments and precursors. Speak to Denzel. He might even reply. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. All right. So again, we're not giving up on the impulse quite yet. It's not definitely not a sure thing, but okay. So we'll give a couple. I'm willing to actually run out the clock on this one, because Trist doesn't do that much on its own. I'm curious if I get one more conversation in with him. Well, conversation maybe isn't the best term. He does a lot with silence, this man. Okay. I'll probably lose the tryst for the next day. But if it means I potentially get to open Kittling right, it's worth it. Okay. Nope. But that's life. So, ruined kitchen. Finally, signs of a fire, but it looks as if, fortunately, the chimney breast collapsed before it could spread too far. It can't be why the house was abandoned. In any case, the kitchen will need skilled labor to restore it to a usable state. In the meantime, we're gonna open that luggage. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. Yeah, there's no way that I'm gonna get that tryst back for tomorrow. Of course, that's gonna be the time we get the impulse, but I'm willing to give up one of the witching to Sains in order to recover it, if that's the case. Daybreak, memories fades, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Alright, sunny day, so that's technically something that I might be able to make use of Reverend Timothy with. Now, Reverend Timothy is a chatterbox like me, so we will want to talk to... No, actually, we're hiring Denzel again. Yeah, so there's a couple things that I can do to set things on the right path. I will use my whist to read Deoris. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So from that, I'm going to use metal to hire Denzel again. Denzel will talk about practical matters, though he prefers to sit in silence. Okay, so we're going to use the Arab... Right. So what else can we gather in summer? Fragrant chalice. What do you need? Okay, so we're gonna start by talking with him about Arab. Oh, he's got 2 edge. I don't even need to worry about the Arab then. That's an advantage to me because I can... Actually, so the really foolish thing about this is I could have used him earlier then, but it's not that big of a deal. Okay, so kitchen. Kingsluck pie, a beef pie with pears and cinnamon and secret ingredients, is the traditional dish of the house. It was first cooked, they say, for King Henry when, in great secrecy on St. Piran's Day, he came to Cornwall seeking the king's metal, tin, to restore his alloy. It probably didn't happen, but the pie did. Okay, so more dandelion wine, which is good, because I almost used it up. Lambrick Broslende, distilled from apples in the oldest form of the Western continent. Schloss Jannings, a dry aromatic white wine. Serve here. Kitchen range, servants. It's good luck for the villagers to bring little gifts of food to the librarian. That's already become a tradition, but sometimes the librarian wants a hot meal, and these days the librarian is the only entity in the house that can cook. So this is nice. Take fuel, roots, sustenance, beverages. So there's also some lessons that I might want to get out of this, right? So in theory, it means Grail, Heart, Nectar, and Scale are going to be the most likely to generate some kind of food. But the next question is, where else do we go in the house? So we can definitely unlock this tomorrow. Less clear how we get into the wrecked pantry. But we definitely have something we can do with Denzel. And, oh, we got Lignum Vitae Blank. So if I want to make Mr. Kill a super wood creature, I got it. Okay. What else do I want to do? We're going to talk to him, hoping for an influence. So we can't use Denzel to get the Ravaged Foundry yet. We're going to need to wait another day, or to restore the metal, but there's no point in waiting to restore the metal. I should pick what I want to do with my Fet, Fost, and Whist. Okay, so with the Fet, I think I'm going to... Now, do both of these take rows? They do. So I don't have too much hope with the sand stories here, but it's better than telling fortunes. And then for the Fost and the Whist... You know what? I can use the Fost to talk to Reverend Timothy, and then I can use the Snoodle Jar to advance him to the level that he needs. So, or I could use the... Oh my god, yeah, I've had access to Reverend Timothy a lot longer than I thought I have. Reverend Timothy enjoys thoughtful conversation, prayer, and tea, and he'll offer his assistance in return for a 1 shilling donation to church funds. So I technically didn't even need to get the metal for... Well, I technically didn't need to get the metal to access... Well, I've never thought I needed that to access him. The only thing I really gained out of this was I could have gotten to the Practic Garden a bit faster, but that wasn't actually that important. Oh my god! Okay, so we've got the impulse. This means I'm gonna go and restore my... Alright, rest. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Restore a fatigued soul card. So, productive day. So we've got memory impulse. We're going to add that to... was it Megaphene Mystery? No. God, I can never remember the moth one. Edicts and... Nope. Edicts Liminal. Something finished. Oh, here we go. We do appreciate the contribution. Okay. So, let's talk with Timothy about the sunny day. Actually, I don't even need to talk to him about the sunny day. I can just talk to him about the Fost. But technically, I can make money. Okay, so I'm just... It helps if I don't assume what the people are capable of, and instead I actually take a look at... it. So I think I've kind of exhausted my options. So I didn't lose as much as I thought I did in terms of just access to things. But still. Okay, so I've got the contradiction for Denzel when the time comes. Okay, so we're going to talk with Reverend Timothy about the mirror scope now. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. You'll still be able to use the tool. So 30 seconds there, 30 seconds with Denzil to give him the memory contradiction. And then we should be good. I heard something finish. There we go, fragrant chalice. Okay. Tools boosted their aspects appropriately. Wait a minute, how did I get them to 6? Oh no, it's power 6 because it's the 2 together. Timothy is at 5. Okay, so we're going to go to the Shadowed Atrium. This has long been a holy place, but in the absence of prayers, other influences have crept in. I'll need help to purify it step by step. Denzil, we're going to chat with you about a contradiction. Exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. Less clear what I'm going to do with the Faust. Probably just make money with it. Trying to find places to put all the... Oh, you know what? That's a nice place for him. Alright, I think that was my... There we go. I deserved a little quiet time. Okay, now that I've got my tryst, so we need a desk that will take moth. So we have the tryst, edict's liminal, memory impulse. We don't want to craft tangle brag. We do, however, want to read Kittling Ripe, Moldy Orb's Grave. I can master this mystery, enough moth to match mystery moth. So this is definitely a book I should have read earlier, but we're here now. This forged text is also high up on the list. So we can only open one room at a time, so I'm going to keep talking to Denzil mostly because I can. Okay, that's the sound of an area opening. So, here we are, the atrium. In 1651, Musgrave de Wolf endowed the atrium with a shrine to St. Januarius of the Gate. Musgrave was a pious man, but also a Puritan, so this grand shrine was a little unusual. St. Januarius is also an unusual choice, but he is the patron saint of boundaries, and the de Wolfs were often said, in some sense, to be martyr lords charged with the keeping of boundaries. So here we have the atrium chair, reserved for latecomers, non-believers, and the pensive. Here we have the shrine to St. Januarius. So this is evolve via Nyctodromy. I could use Nyctodromy here to evolve my soul. Once you've committed a skill to the Nyctodromy Wisdom, you can use that skill here to combine 2 identical soul cards into a greater one, but you must use a skill that you've attuned to that Wisdom, and it will only work once. Now, another thing I'm curious about is if at the altar you are able to cure curses. Well, that would imply that it could accept a book, so... So probably not. And we've also got Aglafotis scented candle, a candle scented with Aglafotis. Knock, rose, heart, lantern. So my plan of trying to go as deep into Nectodromy kind of runs up against this reality, which is I may want to double up certain skills. Anyway, something for me to consider. The Darkened Church will require 6 Lantern or 6 Heart. The Gloomy Stair will require 6 Edge, 6 Forge, 6 Winter. All of those are quite achievable, so yes, we've definitely got some momentum back in the playthrough. I suppose the question is, what do I do with the Faust? But honestly, at this point, let's just make some money. Alright, walled garden. Iron spikes march along the top of the wall. The gate is rusted shut, but what I can see through the bars is as ruinous as I might expect. Alright, that was a pretty good day for us here. So tomorrow we're still gonna pick whatever we can. I think I'll get some more fragrant chalice because that will be helpful in making Ruby-Wise Ruin. I should maybe keep more of the flowers in the kitchen, I guess, but there's not a whole lot of space. Oh yeah, there's okay, we've got honey. Oh, actually I can feed that to the larva. Kitchen bowls, cake time. Yeah, there's actually a few things that are gonna go my way here. All right, the Practic Garden. In the early days of St. Brendan's Abbey, St. Brendan's Abbey, the brothers practiced the arts of war here. So it was that in the baronial times, the garden became a favorite of the martial, quarrelsome dwarfs. And there's not that much here. There is the garden with the shining pear. The shining pear, Pyrus orichalcinus, in summer and autumn, which is just about coming up. So that's something that I can potentially feed the larva. And the Practic Garden dummy. Since the Napoleonic War, it has been punched, thumped, stabbed, and shot by amateurs, by professionals, and by tipsy guests after dinner. No wonder he looks so cross. So what is worth remembering here is that I have dedicated Disciplines of the Scar. Disciplines of the Scar. So with that, if I got a second Faust card, I could give myself Super Faust. Which is tempting, but again, I've been running on this rule of holding back on committing cards where I can. But that's the main driver for that is going to be that I do actually have a few lantern techs which could use that little boost. So we'll see what we can do with what we have, but I am open to adding more Faust. All right, a lusciously illustrated tome of loosely connected children's stories. Few of them are remotely suitable for children. The protagonist, a speechless cat thing called Kitling Ripe, performs a series of elaborate rites to rescue members of her extended family, culminating in the resurrection of her other grandmother, Moldywar. When the Snake Witch killed the horse, Kitling snatched one of its eyes. When the Dry Witch killed the pig, Kitling stole a cup of its blood. She then took them to the place Moldywarp lay buried, and she shook out her hair, and she began to dance. I'm gonna move things around a little bit. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I've already gotten Kittling right down, but... Okay, surprisingly, I do not. That's another one added to the list. I figure we can commit resurgences and emergences right away. A new skill, birth and death are only directions. Between the two, we find a crossroads. So yeah, we're definitely not at a point where I'm going to be locking in any more... I'm not going to be locking anything else into the Tree of Wisdoms yet, just because there's so much that I have available to me. So with our lantern, so resurgences and emergences, birth and death are only directions. Between the two, we find a crossroads. That's Grail and Moth. Also good for getting rid of infestations, although it still doesn't quite tell us how we do that. So I'll just take an example here. So we need 7 heart for that. Oh man. Okay, no, we can find a heart desk. I'd have to get clever with my health. Ah, that's so frustrating. Okay, well, we'll have another situation where we've got health available to us. So, because it might actually just be I just need to fit the requirements, and I can do it at a desk. I never actually tried that, so. I do tend to assume things in this game, and it tends to be a lot easier than I think it is, so. So I think I'm going to need to work out a bit of a game plan for tomorrow, but overall, I think we're going to be in pretty good shape. The biggest question is really just going to be, where do I want to go first? I think going into the church is probably better. And current affairs, what's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? Okay, well, while that's happening, let's think a little bit about... Well, first of all, let's see what the weather brings. And Oriflamme's So they are selling the Damascene Traditions of the House of Leith. Now, it's worth noting here that I've got Sights and Sensations 4. Faust will give me a 5. So really, with the right weather, that is an achievable book. Okay, so it's a rainy day. Not really decisive one way or the other. So, if I want to get the Ravaged Foundry, I get Denzel, I hit him with the metal, I hit him with the Foresight. So I think we say Tryst for the Foresight. On top of that, if I want to... So there's two options that I have. I bring Mr. Killin. We hit him with Whist and a Hindsight. Or I get Reverend Timothy, and I hit him with a Faust and some kind of revelation. The catch is that I can't do both, because I need the Whist to... Yeah. Okay, I think the Darkened Church is my bigger priority. So... These are to bring the people I need into the fold. Those are the buffs I require. Okay, so practically I've got a health and a Whist to play with this turn. So let's make sure that I have the lantern. Yes, from Locksmith's Dreams, Stolen Reflections. Okay, let's get the... So I'm feeling slightly nervous about the desks I can use. Okay, we'll use this one. So Stolen Reflections for the... So we'll do Stolen Reflections for the lantern memory that I need. Okay, so that's going to make Reverend Timothy Super Timothy. Now we need to make Denzel Super Denzel. And that's High Traditions of the Noble Endeavor. The music works so well with the weather sounds. Okay. You're not Denzel's. Right. So it would have been nice to use the rain for a Witching to Sane. But I want to use my health for gardening. So a shilling for Denzel. I do appreciate the contribution. We will now go to... Actually, if I'd been thinking, I would have used the Whist... Probably could have used the Whist to get the text, like to get the memory, and then I could have used the Fet to get something from the Moors. The Moor. I have no idea where the Moors are in this setting. But we made the choice, so let's get some pears. Gather not 'em, fragrant pears, soft in the hand. So the main question about this one, of course, is going to be what do I get from... Actually, okay, there is one thing I can try here. Yes. Okay, so I can actually get a Tisane out of that. There we go. That is about as efficient as you can be in terms of setting up your day. So both of them require the same amount of effort to level up. So I guess I need to decide whether or not I'm going to spend the Silver Spintra on the Sky text or not. I'm going to feel really bad if someone who knows a language I want comes in. But it is a text that I have a chance of being able to work with. Collaborate metal. Okay. So fortunately, all right. So if I want, Madame Olympe Bichet, essayist, illustrator, critic, editor of the Karashim Review. She wants Forge and Moth. She understands Greek, Latin, Frisian, and Ramsund. So the question is, do I benefit from Ramsund? And again, I've got all the books that are too. So these are the difficult to read books. So as far as the language that Madame Bichet will give me, I don't need that. So we're committing to Oriflammes here. Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. So, like I said, this is an achievable book. It's a tough one, but it's achievable. So I'm gonna put that in the list. And we have the Affair of the Royal Endeavour. So we're not going to talk with Madame Bichet quite yet, but just as a reminder, the new king has sanctioned the use of the crown's wealth to fund a visionary new industrial project, one that will transform our economy and furnish the kingdom with a sense of patriotic mission. Parliament, dazzled, has already passed the Royal Endeavour Act, mandating the construction of the necessary facilities, although the details remain in some respects vague. Madame Olympe Bichet, essayist, illustrator, critic, editor of the Karashim Review, and we can satisfy her both in terms of Forge and Moth. Okay, so not like I really needed more, but I have it. I screwed up. Confounding Parable is not the thing I needed. Oh, you know what I think I did? I took Sunrise Awakening. Oh, I took Locksmith's Dream and Curses, though. Oh, interesting. I don't think I wrote it down. Oh, man, that's such a shame. Everything else was going so well. So, I am in a bit of trouble with regards to Reverend Timothy. What I'm going to do... yeah. I'm going to keep talking to him, but... Actually, you know what? I got a free Tisane, so let's make the most of it. I'll just get the Faust back. This is kind of the equivalent of an undo button, I feel like. So yeah, there's a couple things that could have been more efficient, but I am still reasonably happy with how today worked out. Alright, a bowl of sea-blessed pears, smooth as butter and wonderfully juicy. So we're going to grab a couple of those, if possible. I'll let them get some rain. Make some taste more fresh. I just got to find a place for the flowers. Who among us does not carry around a bowl of pears? Okay, so we will unlock the foundry. This room has not only been abandoned, but vandalized. Someone has smashed the place up and scrawled W signs on the wall in blood and soot. I'll need skilled assistance to return it to use. So I can keep talking with Reverend Timothy. So Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. So he adds another 15 seconds more than Denzel. It's hard not to feel attacked when you see something like that in a video game. So I do kind of want to feed this to my pet, but obviously we don't have the elements of the soul. Well, okay, I do have the elements of the soul in the sense that if I wanted, I could get access to so much more, but I'm going to continue being stubborn with my skills. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad that I do. Alright, so there's the Faust. So we're going to talk with Reverend Timothy about the Faust. We're already collaborating. Each assistant can only benefit. I am a moron. But that's fine, because I can still read the relevant text. But holy crap, let's make sure that I've got the right one this time. So, Stolen Reflections. Stolen Reflections should give Revelation. I'm glad that doesn't lock you in for the full minute. Hey, Rouge Light Girl. Yes, I am very late, but it's the last day of the, yeah, or early. It's the last day of the beta for Book of Hours. So, where I can, I sort of wanted to, I wanted to get as much time in with it as I could. Yeah, it's so good. Rouge Light Girl comes out on the 17th, and I am really looking forward to it. This room was set aside for metalworking by Hendrik de Wolf. There's always been a smithy in Brandkrug Village. Of course, it's worth mentioning, especially for the people who are new. This is still the beta, so if you're making a purchasing decision, yes, it is closer to the game than it was, in the Curia beta, let's say. But this is still not the full thing. This is not the game you will be buying. Please keep that in mind. There is a little beta sign down here, which is so hard to see because the cards are covering it. But please don't make a buying decision off of this. Make a buying decision off of the game as it is. This room was set aside for metalworking by Hendrik de Wolf. There's always been a smithy in Brancrude Village, but Hendrik wanted to make sure that he could have his pistol balls cast and his prisoner shackles mended, even if the villagers were feeling rebellious. When Ambrose Westcott arrived, he had little use for shackles and less for pistols. He refurbished the place for his metallurgical experiments. A bad place to be in summer, a good one in winter. You make buying decisions off of whims and vibes. Lots of whims and vibes in this one. Bucket of ashes, bucket of seawater, a square. We've got a saw, so that's a little extra edge for tools. Spanners, when you need them, you need them. Regensburg bomb. I can open the box of oddities and rarities when the time comes, but by far the most interesting is the foundry. Yeah, we just need to wait for the lantern memory, and then we will be able to open the darkened church, and we'll see what awaits us. So it turns out he gave me a revelation. I didn't actually need to use the Tisane, but there you have it. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. The one thing that's new since you last stopped, Rouge Light Girl, you may notice as we zoom in, you get to hear the sound of the rain against the windows, whereas if you go outside, I love this touch so much. One thing, I know money is tight usually, Rouge Light Girl, so I don't want to be too pressuring in terms of what I say, but I do want to give a little bit of a heads up to you and anybody else who might be like this. This is the tough part about games, is that to a certain extent, just like any product, they create something that produces want, and if you don't have the means of satisfying wants, then that can mean disappointment. And unfortunately, this is just the fallen world that we live in. So likewise with the beta, they're very grateful for people helping out with the beta, but the beta doesn't. Oh, that is wonderful to hear, Rouge Light Girl. I'm glad to hear it. And sorry, I didn't mean to single you out or that, but I just wanted to kind of say to people, it's like, I get it. It's very easy for me, a broadcaster who does get games, as part of a promotional exercise. Less often than you'd think now. I've noticed a lot of people who used to do have kind of like a long-standing relationship with the stream don't really talk to me anymore. And I think it's just because the viewership numbers are lower than what they used to be. But, it's a shame. I'm happy to cover their games, but yeah, it's kind of I'd be happier if somebody just kind of came out and says, look, we did this in the past. This isn't quite working for us right now. Let us know if this changes. Just kind of ghosting, which happens a lot, not just in terms of keys and such. That never really feels great, but it is what it is, right? But anyways, it's easy for me to talk about, get this game right away, because in a lot of cases, I haven't necessarily put down money for it. And that's one of the reasons why we do these disclosures. But all of that out of the way, I did want to stress that if you buy this game in its first week, it's like what they did with Cultist Simulator, both for the Kickstarter and when the game was released. If you buy in the first week, you get access to what's called the Perpetual Edition, and that will give you access to all of the DLC in perpetuity. So basically, if they release a DLC for Book of Hours, you will automatically get it. And they have committed to releasing DLC regardless of what happens to the game. So if the game just flops on release, there will be DLC released still, just probably not as many as there was for Cultist Simulator. So, what I'm sort of saying to everyone, and I'm glad that that's not necessarily the case for you, Rouge Light Girl, but clearly if people are making a decision between eating for a week and buying a video game, take care of yourself. If anything, that is the lesson of Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours. But for those of you that do have the means, and you are interested in Book of Hours, if you don't sit on it, there is a benefit to you in the sense that you're saving yourself the cost of the DLC in future. If you want to wait and see what the game is like, I mean, even then, with a week, you still have a chance to sort of see the streams and things like that. But I know there are a lot of people... Okay, well, I don't know, but I know every once in a while, Weather Factory will put out a tweet mentioning that they still get cross messages every once in a while. About... Oh, I didn't know about the Perpetual Edition. I'm not able to, to get all the DLC now. It's like, well, yeah, because that was like a once only thing. So where I can, I want to let people know. And yeah, no, I totally get it, Rouge Light Girl. I've been fairly lucky. I know what it's like, but it's usually been in a pretty rare circumstance for me. I definitely can't claim to be something that I've needed. I've really felt a strong need to. But the thing for me is that, broadcasting is a form of entertainment for people, right? And it's actually an affordable form of entertainment. All you really need is some kind of a mobile device or a computer and an internet connection, which most people have regardless of their income. And you're able to enjoy gaming even if you can't necessarily pick up games. So... the one thing I don't want to do is give the hard sell for people who, aren't feeling great. But on the other hand, I do also want to be informative for the people who, may be in a position to decide whether or not this is for them. So for those of you who are thinking of picking up Book of Hours, just keep in mind, if you do get it in that first week, it does grant you access to all of the lifetime DLC. If it's like Cultist Simulator, I believe the soundtrack will be separate. I don't believe that counts as DLC, but obviously just wait for Weather Factory to tell, they'll let you know all the official stuff. All right, the melodic chair. Someone appears to have tuned the squeaks. And lumpy melodic chair. All right, so we've got access to, we've got the aspect that we need. So Darkened Church, this has long been a holy place, but shadows are the only worshippers here now. The windows have been painted black, the pews overturned, the organ hung with black ribbons. So tomorrow we know we're going to talk with Mr. Kill to go up the gloomy stair. I don't expect too much from that, however I do expect a book to catalog tomorrow. If I get shopped, I would be able to get Reverend Timothy to open a few of these. Oh, and with Seven Moon and Nectar, so an Orchard Keeper gives 2 Nectar. So with a heart, that would be 3. With rain, that would be 5. And then we maybe give him some of the dandelion wine. That would be 7. Okay. So another rainy day with an Orchard Keeper, and we're unlocking it. I love the church, by the way. This is just such a great little, well, not exactly little, but this is just such a great environment. Nave of the Abbey Church. For 1,000 years, the unconquered sun has been worshipped here in all his aspects. Though since the heresies of the intercalate, many of those aspects are considered distinct hours in their own right, and the sun's death and birth are both now celebrated. The Abbey Church used to be more golden, but many of the valuables were lost at the Abbey's dissolution, including the original stained glass. These magnificent windows are of recent manufacture, financed by the 8th librarian Green, who was a believer of the Second Dawn variety. Stained glass window, the watchman. The way is lit for the willing and the unwilling. The men escape. What is within, without. What is without, within. Sun and rags. When it ends, it will be a beautiful ending. The Madrigad. Whatever is not necessary shall be quenched. We have got uncomfortable seats, shaped to assure the attention of the faithful. We have a solar altar, which can evolve via hushery. The sun in splendor is the hour which was sundered, the hour which was not conquered, the hour from which proceed all the other hours of the day, or so the church teaches. In organ, one must practice slowly, and then more slowly, and finally slowly. This is the sort of thing you'd want to put strings and songs in. Skill without effort is like tea without boiling water. No one wants to eat tea leaves. I've got a vase of amaryllis, grail, and nectar. I've got one book, which we will catalog when we can. Sol Invictus symbol, the eternal symbol of the unconquered sun, all the way back to the Shadowless Empire, even through the wild heresies of the intercalate. Okay. So Veiled Chamber is going to be a tough one, but if we can do Solomon's preparation, we can probably make it happen. By the way, have all of you heard, I do know, I'm pretty sure I know the, origin of Solomon's preparation. Have any of you heard, again, it's always hard to get a read on who's visiting at what time. So does anybody know what the theory I have in terms of the origin of Solomon's preparation? Actually, maybe we can start with anybody who's in chat who's still watching. Who here knows who Solomon is in this, or specifically? Well, I can say the name: Solomon Husher, the same Solomon of Solomon's Bed. Julian Cosley, Solomon Husher, and then we've got the third librarian statue, Solomon Husher. So yeah, reference to Solomon Husher. Oh my god, I completely forgot to talk to Madame Bichet. This royal endeavor, I wonder what you think. No, don't tell me. I don't want us to get in trouble, either of us. No, I'm no believer, but my mother, she believed, and she used to talk of the second dawn. Of course, I did not take it seriously, but now the king's project. So strange. I would like to see what I can find in your collection. Okay, so she is looking for moth. At least I hope she is. No, I'm no believer, but my mother, she believed, and she used to talk of the second dawn. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm going to try the forge text just in case. Okay. Truly, it might mean a second dawn, or a war. I would prefer the dawn, but then it might be both. Thank you, librarian. Keep my visit between us. Keep my visit between us two only. For now, if you don't mind. Okay, so that's gonna create a few difficulties, but I think we can get through this. So, my original plan to make, so I've got a few things that I can do here. We're in the middle of a gale, so trees bend, walls creak, travelers bend low against the blast. So that's a 3 heart, 3 sky affair. So here are my options. I've got a few sky texts that I might want to read. Yeah, so the Damascene traditions of the House of Leith is an 8 sky text. So if I take Sights and Sensations and I combine that with Faust, I can read that all the way. Now my alternative is with with Mrs. Kill. She's got 1 grail. Oh, actually. Yeah, so she's not quite able to do that. So yeah, I guess... Oh no, but I've got the cake bowl, so Mrs. Kill, health, 2 health, Gale brings 5, cake bowl brings 6. So the one thing I'm most tempted for is the web-snared room. But I think I prefer the idea of being able to read this book. Especially because we're going to have our talk verb tied up for a while. So, let's take, I think Solomon's desk will be, yeah. Or the pale desk, rather. So we'll take the Gale, we'll take Sights and Sensations, we'll take Faust. Harmony, I can master this mystery. So, Damascene traditions of the House of Leith. The House of Leith was an order of immortals who sought obscurity, rejecting their past and future. If the author of this short text is to be believed, the initiates of the Damascene branch were much more radical than their fellows elsewhere. In the meantime, we're going to go pick some more pears. I am also going to talk to Mr. Kill because we still want to head up to the Gloomy Stair. I did also have the option of Denzil for that. I still think I made the right choice. Sorry, just trying to think if there's another option here, but I think Denzil and Reverend Timothy are not appropriate for the current challenge. So I can use so we'll see what we can find on the moor. I'm expecting not much, but we'll use the sand stories here. I'll use the Arab to yeah, so I can actually get the hindsight right away, or the regret, I suppose. Yeah, so Kion at Abydos will do. Alright, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Oh, that's right, I still need to catalog a book. So let's use the Trist for that. Mostly just because I know Trist is not that hard for me to recover if it comes down to it. Catalog a Solar Period book. The book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and the 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are occasionally contaminated. I don't really have that much else to do, so we'll just use the metal with fixing and mending. There's not much work on offer in Brankrug, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. This is just mostly making the most of the time. Actually, if I'd been thinking, I might have been able to use this book. Yeah, because metal, bells and braziers, and foresight would have been enough to read. Oh well. Okay, we got a bronze spindra for our trouble. Surely it might mean a second dawn or a war. I would prefer the dawn, but it might be both. Thank you, librarian. Keep my visit between us two only for now, if you don't mind. Okay, so we're going to have a chat with Mr. Kill about whist for a start. All right, sorry, I was teasing the origin of the Husher name. So I was gonna say Solomon Husher, Solomon's preparation, known by his last initial. So Solomon's preparation is preparation H. I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. It has witchworms, tiny larvae with half-human faces. Fortunately, they rarely develop into their imago stage, but even as larvae, their whispering can torment senses and distort thoughts. These can affect your shaft and... Oh god, where did it go? Their whispering can torment senses and distort thoughts. These can affect your shaft and whist and spread to nearby objects. You can remove them with a skill that's effective against infestations and at least 7 winter. So I'm going to put that in the curse section. Oh, that's right. I was a little too eager with my heart. I really wanted them pairs. No luck at all. Alright, can I put him in the kitchen? There we go. Oh yeah, actually there was a couple of other things I wanted to do. So I need to open the Ottomans. I wanted to move the these materials. Anyways, I'll worry about that later. I believe... Okay, 6 pence from the metal. We'll talk with Mr. Kill about regrets. And we found a quartz chunk, ice rock, winking light. So tomorrow I'll make sure that I properly check and see if I can let me put it on the shelf, huh? There we go. Okay, the Gloomy Stair. This has long been a holy place, but the Madrigad has withdrawn her favor now, and a chilliness waits here where dawn will not touch it. Only once it is pacified can I safely pass. So yeah, tomorrow we see if we can clear out some of the curses the old-fashioned way. We'll read the metal book, and I think a lot depends on what the weather is. All right. The house generally forbade any potentially procreative activities for fear of the terrible consequences of too long bearing a child. The Damascene order took this much further. At one point, male initiates were required to undergo castration and female initiates to strangle any children they had previously borne. These measures were so horrific that the order was shaken by repeated schisms, and eventually absorbed into the local Sisterhood of the Knot as a society of healers and exorcists. So I want to make sure that I've got that on the list. So that was Damascene traditions. And Sacralimea. Alright, so this is the catch for me being so early with Mr. Kill. So a new skill writes the rights of an order of immortals who have tried to remain apart and certain secrets of gods from flesh. Now, fortunately, I think the impulse will be sufficient. No, it won't be, because I don't have an element of the soul. But I can reread the book again using Trist. Oh, speaking of, I should get that book out of the collection and into the right place. Try again. There we go. Okay. Onward and upward. The glorious stair. Each stair tread is decorated with a quotation from the Book of Suns, so that the congregation might be edified as they ascend. The quotes are worn to half legibility by the passage of all those worshipful feet, which may be why some of these quotations differ troublingly from any orthodox version. It has of course been claimed that the Sisterhood of the Knot, who first held the Isle, also held a copy of the long-suppressed Shiridic version of the book. So not too much here on its own, but we do have a shrine to the Madrigad, which also includes sort of the ability to combine skills from Mythistry. Madrigad is the hour which cannot be unbalanced, which quells and quiets, which comes before the sun. And we have the Snowflake Candle, a silver candle soft as snow. So, we've got the Wind-Prowled Gallery. This is a bit of a tougher one for us to get to, so that needs 8 Forge, 8 Lantern, or 8 Sky. Let's think for a minute how we might get Denzel up to this level. You found a plunger of coffee you forgot you made, and I'm unwisely warming it up. I actually have been working on the same cup of coffee since I started the stream 6.5 hours ago. So, let's just think for a minute here. If we had Denzel, so Denzel starts with 2 Forge. We can give him 2 Forge from a memory. We can give him 2 Forge from... Oh, right, yeah. I have a pretty standard routine for Denzel here. So Denzel default to metal brings him 4, memory brings him 6, Lapsang Suchong T brings him up to 8. Yeah, really what I should do is I should probably just like play Phantom Brigade or something that like uses the GPU a lot and just put it over my computer. I absolutely despise the Steam comments on Phantom Brigade. We're like, this game doesn't seem optimized. And I'm like, no, you idiots. They're just simulating everything in the world. That is why it's using your computer. It's not that it's not... It's optimized for the task that it's performing, and the task that it's performing is very difficult. The rights of an order of immortals who have tried to remain apart, which include certain secrets, which include certain secrets of ours and Mantis. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's a typo. I mean, I feel like the requirements are pretty manageable for I'm just taking a quick look here. Incidentally, Phantom Brigade's 25% off. So minimum i7 4790K or AMD Ryzen 5 2600X, 12 gigabytes of RAM. Oh man, the RAM requirement's quite high. Oh wait, right, because of the replay. NVIDIA GeForce GTX 970, 4 gigabyte, or AMD Radeon R9 290X, 4 gigabyte, DirectX 11, 10 gigabytes available space. Recommended i5 10 600K. Wow, that is a big jump from 4790. Or an AMD Ryzen 7 3800 XT, 12 gigabytes of RAM. Recommended. Oh wow, actually the recommended graphics card is better than the one I have in here, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3060 or an AMD Radeon RX 6700. I don't really feel it needs that much, but what do I know? Yeah, recommended is actually quite high. I actually had a video card die on me mid-stream, and that was very unhappy. Sorry, that was something that made me unhappy. Effective against curses, this skill can be used to remove curses from books. So that's different. So I've been misusing curse. Right, so there's a difference between a curse and contamination. Okay. We can move on for the day. Sorry, this has been a longer... Hello, King Vladislav XINS. How are you doing? I may not be here for that much longer because I'm already 6.5 hours in, but I know it's the last day of the beta. And just as a word, if this is the first time you're looking at Book of Hours, please keep in mind that this is... it's an early look. The full game will be out August 17th, and of course that is the one that people should be making buying decisions from. What is that game? The game I was talking about, Phantom Brigade, or this particular game, Book of Hours? Cloudy day. Okay. Actually, that'll help me with the lesson, though. I think we can throw Trist at it here. Okay, now I did say that I was going to read the Forge book. So I do need to get a Forge memory, though, so that's something for... Well, hang on, okay. No, I said I was going to read the Forge book, so I will. That means I'm using my metal. But before anything, I said I was going to see if I could get rid of the... contamination. Book of Hours. Okay, so first question for you would be, are you familiar with the game Cultist Simulator? If you're not, it's not a big deal. But it's most helpful for me. I can save a bit of time if I can use Cultist Simulator as a point of common reference. And if you don't know what Cultist Simulator is, I'm happy to explain. No, okay. So Book of Hours is a follow-up to a game called Cultist Simulator. And Cultist Simulator was a bit of an experimental game which sort of told its story through cards. You don't need to know the previous game in order to be able to understand this one, but it explains why the cards are all over the place. The idea behind this game is that you are the librarian of Hush House, this large manor over here. You wash up on St. Brendan's Cove in the middle of a storm after your ship has been destroyed with a waterlogged journal and really just an idea of somebody that you were supposed to meet in town. So once you solve this first puzzle of trying to get off of St. Brendan's Cove and into the village of Brandkrug, you basically take up your duties as the librarian of this occult library. And basically the idea behind, that was like the premise behind the game. And essentially, there are a couple of things that you wind up doing. You explore this ancient library, room by room, and essentially all of the rooms are going to be blocked or need to be repaired somehow. So for instance, here it says the Wind-Prowled Gallery. This has long been a holy place, but the rites have gone too long unperformed. The windows are shattered, and only the wind walks here now. So in this case, I need to find some kind of a solution that meets these requirements to be able to unlock that particular room. And all of these rooms that you see inside here, I unlock that way. So the reason you do that is because some of these rooms will have different books. So for instance, this is the journal that I had with me on the ship. All of these books here are books that I found inside of this library. And you catalog them, you read them, you gain understanding. And there's this neat idea here where as you are sort of repairing yourself and healing yourself, while you're repairing and healing this library, you're also doing sort of the same for yourself, right? You're building up your abilities, you're recovering your elements of the soul and the skills. And it's just a very nice, kind of relaxing game. Lots of crafting. There's RPG elements, but not quite the same. It's not like a Bethesda RPG. It's more sort of you throw yourself into this sort of castaway almost as you repair the library and learn its mysteries. And there are a lot of mysteries. It'll be better if I play more of the game, but the basic idea here is it's a bit of a chill game where you manage an occult library and recover after a tragedy. It's a gorgeous looking game and a wonderful looking one. Actually, sorry, I will get a little bit of advertising out of the way here, just because Weather Factory was nice enough to give me access to the beta. I am just going to bring up the Book of Hours site. So for those of you who have not wishlisted it yet, you can wishlist it here. There's two big reasons why I mentioned that. Number one, if you buy the game in its opening week, it will come with all of its DLC. Basically, all of the DLC over the lifetime of the game will be made available in the Perpetual Edition. So that's a reason to buy it in the opening week. And then, of course, the game comes out on August 17th. So there's two reasons you want to put it on a wish list. Either one, you want to wait for a discount, at which point you wait, or better still, you buy it when it comes out, and that way you just get access to all the DLC. But all right, so who are we? Silverbound Journal. I was rich, but something was missing. I am no longer rich, and still something is missing. Hush House is a place of conclusions, and here, as librarian, I may find mine. The magnate came to the house to conclude a history where they will find peace. Mastering the hushery wisdom will help you do that, but you can win the game by recording any history. Memories the magnate. I've lived too long, but I'm not ready to die. I've tasted everything and it wasn't enough. Give me silence. Give me peace. Give me the peace of snow. Okay, so I did say that I was going to read that Forge text. Thank you very much for the follow, King Vladislav. Okay, so I think I want to try and use the FET to explore the moor. I'm going to use the health to... Right, sorry. I think I said I was going to check the... whether or not I could remove the unwholesome influences on this text. So we'll use the Natan desk. We add our health. Quenchings and quellings. So it says here... So what I'm trying to do here is remove a contamination from a book. Come on. So the Karashim Portalan, a beautifully illustrated and heavily annotated Portalan, a nautical atlas of ports and destinations. So in this case, it's got Chionic Theoplasma. This book has suffered the attention of one of the chilly names or hours, perhaps even a god from nowhere. This contamination can affect your tryst and health and spread to nearby objects. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against theoplasmic contamination and at least 7 heart. So this gets me 1 heart. This is 4, so that brings us up to 5. Oh, that's right, but we need the memory with 2 hearts. So, well, you know what? That's still worth experimenting with, though. So, hang on a second. So the high traditions of the Society of Noble Endeavor. Yeah, let's just rule out let's rule out exploring any rooms today. So now that I've got that removed, I probably still want to talk with someone just so that I can get the memories. But there's the high traditions of the noble endeavor. Is that right? Yep, no, that gets foresight. So I'm reading this book again to get a specific kind of memory. I've already got bells and braziers ready to go. Okay, so I want extra heart now. Peruvian Diaries. Oh, God. I don't even remember which one that was. There we go. So that will get me a cheerful ditty with heart and sky. So we can use Ava's desk for that. So Ava's desk accepts edge, so that's why I use that there. We'll use that to read a book. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, so for the FET, let's see what Crowcross Sands gives us this time. Again, I don't have high hopes. And I guess that leaves me a couple of whist left over. So, I mean, I guess it raises the question, like, what exactly do I plan to do with the whist? So I'm already working on the forge text. So what exactly do I think I'm going to do with the leftover whist? Presumably, I should just make some money with it. Yeah, okay. We'll go to the sweet bones. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Sorry, this is a slower way of playing the game. I've been trying to make the most of my turns. So I'll show what I was looking for in terms of memory once they become available, but the big thing that I'm looking for here is it's something that I'm guaranteed to get out of a book, but getting it out of the book, the guaranteed way of getting it out of the book also winds up costing me in terms of giving up an element of the soul, which is fine, but it's I mess that up. Like, I'm willing to do it, but it's just being able to talk with someone, you get a random draw from the memories, and so sometimes you're able to do more with your elements of the soul. In any case, I think I made the right decision here. It's just going to take me a while to get the memories that I wanted, so... Okay, so here's the memory foresight. Wits Forge and Fire Blast, meanings press and screw. Coleridge on Donne's poetry. So this has got the forge and lantern aspects. And then we got the cheerful ditty from reading the Peruvian Diaries again. This is one big difference from Cultist Simulator, which is the fact that you get to read books over again. So what we're going to do now is I want to read the forge text here, the Journal of Walter de Wolf. So I don't need to put that in my inventory, but I'm going to search for a desk that will accept forge. assuming I have one. Yep, there we go. The Ambrose desk. So we'll take metal. So the book that we're trying to handle here, so the Journal of Walter de Wolf. Walter de Wolf, 3rd Baron Brankrug, was the grandson of Thomas, son of the disgraced Giles, who eloped with Pale Hafren. With Pale Hafren. The de Wolf line might have ended there if the Seneschal Ernestine, by then over 80, had not managed to reconcile Thomas with a dying Giles. So this is a mystery forge, and it's an intensity of 6. So my metal provides 2 forge. Now I can roll the dice and see if fortune smiles, but we can do a little bit better than that. So I have a skill called Bells and Braziers, that resonance which lingers from the hammer's touch. This has got 3 forge because I've upgraded it. So we're at a total of 5 forge now. And if I add that foresight, which I got from reading another book, we now have 7 forge, which is more than enough to cover the task. So forge the kindled flame. I can master this mystery. Enough forge to match mystery forge. So over the course of the next couple of minutes, it will start seeing the rest of the text for the Journal of Walter de Wolf. But while we wait for that, we're going to do some other things, such as I have had some trouble trying to get rid of the theoplasmic contamination. So if we add that here, add the health. So it says here that quenchings and quellings effective against theoplasmic contamination. So move that in here. Okay, yes, so it is actually it's just like reading a book. So the de Wolf method, some credit to Gideon and others to Ava. So I suppose I have a question now. I can try and get another pair. It is fall. But in this case, it actually probably feels more appropriate to get rid of the curse while I can. All right, cool. So we'll have to do that to the Deaths of the Moon as well. Now the witchworms are going to be a little bit more difficult because the witchworm skill God, I don't even remember which one it was. Yeah, resurgences and emergences. So right now I've got 1 Grail, 2 Moth for that. So if I want to take on the witchworms, I need 7 Winter. So I can put that skill in. Ugh. Yeah, that's going to be a hard one. I'd say to a point of not even worth trying, to be honest. But we do also have something that's effective against curses. So Fifth Eye Curse requires 7 heart, and unfortunately that one doesn't allow for heart as well. Okay, so I think these curses I'm probably stuck with, but this one I can definitely get rid of. So I can't remember what I was going to do with the Whist, though. I guess we keep making money. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brankrug, and not everyone knows their letters. Okay, we found another mackerel. Eat it while it's fresh, or keep it while it's salted. I feel like those should be put in the kitchen somewhere. Don't have any space for it. All right, well, I'll just carry mackerel around with me for the rest of the day. Walter, though nominally siding with the parliamentarians, manages to stay out of the war, but in 1642 his son Brian runs away on the night of his 16th birthday and joins the royalist army. He is captured and returned to his father, who pleads for mercy and gives his parole for his son's good behavior. And the problem with a direct approach to theoplasmic attenuation is that if we call on any of the hours, we may end up theoplasmed worse than when we started, so we need to go carefully. The chionic theoplasmic contamination has been removed. All right, so that was a 6 moon text, so I'll add it with all the other moon texts that I've got sitting in here, but it is something that I can work with. And we can do the same trick next time. Okay, so we just need to see how the DeWolf story turns out, collect our money for our day's work, and then we can let the day conclude. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. I will mention, by the way, this game uses the pre-decimal system, so we got pound notes, 10 shilling notes, crown, shillings, penny, 3p, 2p. In 1648, Brian runs away again to join a royalist uprising. Walter writes of news that Brian has been seen on the field of battle of Sorry, still writing my notes. Okay, in 1648, Brian runs away again to join a royalist uprising. Walter writes of news that Brian has been seen on the field of battle, the field of the Battle of Gearcamp, but that his fate is yet unknown. Walter writes one last entry about his fear for his son and the future of his family. There the journal ends, but the extensive account of Walter's collaboration with the architect Gregory Wheelock includes usefully esoteric information. Okay, that got us foresight and a door and wall. So let me just double check that I've got that in my list. Apparently not. Okay. Wait, there it is. My God, how is he doing that? All right. Lesson learned. Ah, that was the wrong line. There we go. There must be order in the library. Okay, so we can just play out the rest of the day like this. I've already used up all of my elements of the soul. But let's, while we're waiting, let's figure out what we're going to do. Oh, hang on. I should take the lesson door and wall. I've gained more understanding of door and wall. A new skill. The lock seeks its key, the wall seeks its door, and we who would pass learn at last that they are not our servants. Willem Harries. So this will give me a new skill down here. Again, if it's not an upgraded one, it's less useful to me now, but there is always the question, you know, does it allow me to make something that I wouldn't already have access to? So I think my main focus is going to be getting Denzel up to level 8 and sort of unlocking the Wind-Prowled Gallery here. But if we wind up with like a gale or a storm, I'll probably wind up using Mrs. Kill instead. Lock seeks key. Okay, yeah, we've read that before. So forge and knock. Oop. Whoa. I shouldn't use the arrow keys anymore if that's what happens. I am going to review the books that I have. So 6 scale, 6 moon, 6 moon, 6 moon, 6 moon, 6 moon. And then lantern. Now, again, the lantern one, that's an example of sort of a milestone that I would hit. If I can't do anything else, I would maybe consider getting a second Faust so that I can try and level that up. And see if maybe I can put that, maybe if I can put that effort towards reading these more intense lantern texts. I do also have a too difficult and untranslatable section. So under untranslatable, we've got one written in Sabazine, got one written in Ericapean, and one written in Kilisimi. And then all of these ones are basically like level 10, 12. Just they're very high difficulty texts for my current. You just remembered you were warming your coffee. Good luck. I hope it turns out well. Okay. Now we were talking about how fog was going to be an opportunity for us to read some of these. It's good, strong. Okay, good. So we were talking about how fog would be the opportunity for me to read some of these moon texts. So I'm likely going to be using it for that opportunity. But let's just double check that this hasn't opened other opportunities for us. So the path for Denzel still works, in my opinion. If, in theory, I could get someone to a moon 6... then we would be able to unlock the Veiled Chamber. I don't see that happening. Remembering that it's autumn, so it's orchard season. Now, the fog does... so Timothy, I can't remember if he's 1 knock or 2. He might actually be 2 knock. No, Timothy is 1 knock. So that memory would bring him up to 4. I don't have Shapt, so that wouldn't help. Yeah, so I would say, and again, if I can get someone up to the required moon, but so I don't see a lot of value in trying to use this to navigate the house. I do see the value in trying to read some of these moon texts. Well, obviously one. So honestly, it's any of them, but let's just see how high I could go. Yeah, so Snow Story seems to be my best moth text. The rest of these would be level 1, so they're not as important. So yeah, we'd use Snow Stories. with the fog, so that brings us up to 5. So I would need a 6th. Well, that would come from Trist. So we actually have everything we need right now. Everything but the right desk. So we take Trist, Snow Stories, Fog. We will combine that with an Exorcist's Field Manual, The Sea Does Not Regret, Black Nephrite, or the Kerishim Portalan. Well, this was the cursed one, so... Moon of Culmination. I can master this mystery. So, beautifully illustrated and heavily annotated Portalan, a nautical atlas of ports and destinations. Okay, so moving on. We do want to bring Denzil in, so I am going to use Arab to approach him. We can pay a shilling. What do you need? So we need metal to boost him up. Now, it would be nice to get more of the pairs. Nah, I think let's deal with the contamination first. So that gets me the heart that I need, and then I need the forge. And I'll use the fat to investigate the more this time. And then I guess it's kind of anything goes as far as the Faust, but say help with letters. So I have a bit more that I need to do with Denzil this time around. I want to make sure that I'm a bit tighter on the turnaround. So what do you need? Denzil the blacksmith will lend me his strength for the day. So we'll start by talking with him about metal. Inspiration and determination. Boost forge and edge. Okay, our course is fixed, so I don't quite have what I need yet, but let's give him the tea already, just so I can make the most of the time. Normally I like saving the tea for the very end because it's something that, you know, it's a consumable. But in this case here, Veiled Goddess Lapsang Suchong Cup of Tea, named for an enigmatic minor deity whose charge is the healing of burns. So that'll already bring him up to 6. The forge memory will bring him up to 8, and then we can get him to unlock the gallery up here. Okay, there's the cheerful ditty, so we will clear out the nastiness. So once again we take quenchings and quellings, health, a cheerful ditty. Combine that with Deaths of the Moon, which again is written in Killisimi, but we don't need to read Killisimi to be able to attenuate chthonic theoplasma. The DeWolf method, some credit it to Gideon, others to Ava. And down to the Grushians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. Finally, we add Foresight, Exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. While all that's happening, the Karashin Portalon, a beautifully illustrated and heavily annotated Portalon, a nautical atlas of ports and destination. It quickly becomes clear that many of its destinations no longer exist, or never existed in any traditional sense, but the annotations remain fascinating. The routes to Noon, the Long Sanctuary across the Western Sea, may remain viable. Something finished. Oh, probably the reading. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters to the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So we've actually done a pretty good job in terms of filling up our days. I know if we had a couple more elements of the soul, we could do a bit more and not have to wait in the tail end. But I'd say overall, this is working for me so far. Okay, so we'll take a minute to open up the Wind-Pearled Gallery. Two pages have been gummed together. When teased apart, they reveal a route to Ye's Behind the Wave, marked in red and gold inks with heavily underlined warnings. Here, the final city, strike the hours, lest earth and sky break open. Okay. I know I had a moon collection starting somewhere. Yep. So that got us gossip and sea stories. Okay, that's our first gossip from a text. And we'll claim the sea stories right away. That's got to be hard. No! Grail and Moon. Interesting. I've gained more understanding of sea stories. A new skill, the sea has always been the widest road. So I'm going to move these separately. These are the ones that give me access to the elements of the soul that I don't have yet. The problem with the direct approach to theoplasmic attenuation is that if we call on any of the hours, we may end up theoplasmid worse than when we started, so we need to go carefully. Okay, so this is still not something that I can read, so it's going to go in the can't read pile. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. The sea has always been the widest road. All right, I'd say that's a good day's work. And that's the room. The Windlet Gallery. In the days of the Brethren, every day this gallery would ring with the liturgy of the hours. In the times of the DeWolfs and of the Curia, there were services here every Sunday. All those times are long gone. This is a house of echoes now. Aha! A new face. Gideon DeWolf. The bust is terracotta, brightly painted. Gideon, I think, was the second. I'm trying to remember where we would even find this. So many things to look at. Okay, let me see if I can figure out. So we've got... Okay, well, Thomas was second, so that answers that. So by process of elimination, it would have to be the 5th. I still don't know what happens when you place all the busts, but it's probably one of the mysteries I'm most interested in the game for some reason. All right, we have Driftwood Fragment. Long ago, there was a forest between the waves of Brancrug Bay. This driftwood is not nearly that old, but it's shared salt with its lost forerunners. We have a sunset harp here. I've been a string and a harp disguised for 9 years in water in the foam of the sea, the battle of the trees. Got Ava's locks. Well, don't want it to get lonely. Another Sol Invictus symbol. We've got the beeswax candle. U blank, a wood sacred to the Malachite, who is called the ring. The ring yew, but also the tree that the dead pass in the dark. Another curious seashell. We've got the HMS Carisham, a fourth-rate ship of the line captained by Sebastian de Wolf in the Battle of Kyburn Bay, lost with all hands. Carpenter's stool, irreparably wobbly, perhaps it's haunted. Okay, I think we basically need Solomon's preparation for that one. Excuse me. Obviously, I'm getting tired. Okay, for the ill-omened tower, we can actually do the same trick that we did with Denzel, in that we boost him up to 8, but then we either give him a spanner or a mortar and pestle. Now, the workbench was kind of a generic catch-all for everything. Okay, so it has some limitations now, but not as many as you'd think. So labor quietly. So we can add an element to the soul, a skill, and a memory without any restrictions as to what aspects. And it will accept wood, tools, and remains. Yeah, that's it. Now, I am intrigued about this idea that somehow wood, tools, and remains can be fatigued. If we want to go down below, actually, that's a very straightforward one for us. We don't need to pay anything. Well, we need to buy up Denzel again. Okay. So, no real, and like the sea stories didn't get me something that I don't already have access to, so it's not at all clear that we're going to be able to read the rest of these moon texts. But I do think it's fair to say that we have at least two more rooms that we can unlock with Denzel alone. Actually, we can probably do one with Denzel, one with Reverend Timothy. So, Reverend Timothy, Denzel, Timothy. So, no guarantee. Okay, so this is assuming that the weather... Oh, God, it wasn't running. So this is assuming that the weather doesn't cooperate. But what I'm going to do here, between... Right, we've got a leftover FET. Well, that's fine. We'll still use it the same way. So another Hawthorne blank. Won't take that. Surely we can put them on. Only the developers are allowed to put the... Okay. Trying to figure out where to put all the crap that I keep collecting. I mean, that's a good reason to just be building more stuff, to be honest. But yeah, so if the wind doesn't cooperate, we split these two. Denzel up here, Reverend Timothy down here. So let's see what we've got. A storm. Okay, all bets are off when we have a storm. So first question I have, so it's most likely that I'm gonna go and try and make something of one of these areas, but a storm. So a storm is one of the most powerful memories you can get. It's a 4 heart, 4 sky. Again, it's always nice. Like, some of this stuff is quite straightforward to understand. So, you know, what do you always hear in sort of the horror stories, right? It was a dark and stormy night. That's a perfect way to start this sort of stuff. So a similar idea, right? When there's a big storm going on, this is a time of great power. Now this is an interesting one. So if I were to try, so I couldn't use Fet and Faust on this one, but I wouldn't actually need it to be able to read the Fallen Cross here. In fact, I can still read this without the... Okay. I'm not gonna worry about that now. Yeah, what I want to do right now is just get a reassurance that there isn't something more important for me to try and work with. Okay, so I don't have any high intensity sky text. So now is the time for me to say, okay, we're using this with this is kill. We want a particular outcome. So what are my outcomes? We can go to the Serpent Haunt. Nope, not that one. Web snared room. I think that's the most likely one because that'll give me a rose tool. We could try the music room, which may have a phonograph, but it hasn't in the past. The rec pantry requires 7 in terms of heart. Okay. So next step, Mrs. Kill starts with be over here. So Mrs. Kill starts with 1 heart. I can give her 4 from the memory, so that's 5. I can give her... Okay, yeah, so we can get her up to a 7. So the question is, do we want the Wrecked Pantry? Now, the Wrecked Pantry gets us a lot of stuff, but it doesn't necessarily get us a lot of books. So I think probably the 6, which is good because that frees up my health for other things. So it also potentially saves me for using Reverend Timothy. So we speak with Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill's mood improves when I drop by. Always, sorry, Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. We are also going to use a whist. With Reverend Timothy. cost for Reverend Timothy. We'll get more pairs. Okay, so Locksmith's Dream Stolen Reflections is the one that will give me the revelation. So we'll use a Tryst on that. I feel like I'm making a very obvious mistake. So why am I trying to use the metal here? So Reverend Timothy is going to get his Faust, his base, and his memory. Fine. Mrs. Kill is going to get the Storm to bring her to 5, and then the Bull to bring her to 6. So that should mean that I have a Whist, a Fet, and a metal left over. Okay, so the Fet should be getting more stuff. Did I do that right? And I guess the metal is about making money. We do appreciate the contribution. Okay, so we're going to talk with Reverend Timothy about Faust. Together we'll be watchful. Okay, the Shrouded Stair. This has long been a holy place, but the Menasket has withdrawn her favor now. Someone has shattered a mirror on the floor. The shards wink from the gloom. Something half-seen flits from shard to shard, avoiding my gaze, unseen no matter how quickly I turn my head. Only once it's pacified will I be able to pass safely. So, Midwife's assistance, as somber as autumn, as kind as autumn, she also likes her beer. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. So we'll get Reverend Timothy working on his task first, just because it takes longer to get memories from him. Although again, it doesn't really matter because the only thing we have left is Whist. And I don't really need to use it. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. And let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Okay, so we're gonna talk with... Oop. I think that went there. And we'll talk with him about Revelation. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. Reverend Timothy, rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man blessed in the tally, the gate and the light. Just a reminder, Treasury of Shelters, like an armory for not getting pneumonia. Oh, Sea Holly. Wait a minute. Oh, darn it. I didn't get the pairs. Alright, well, Sea Holly's not bad. Umbled spiny flowers, the steel blue of a winter afternoon. Let's put those there for now. Add it with more wood. And then we will take Reverend Timothy to help with the hint. And we're going to talk with Mrs. Kill about bowls. Cake time! I can lend my assistant something to help, increasing their abilities. Okay, so that's my allies spoken for. What else do I want to do today? It would be nice if I could come up with a slightly better system for managing the stuff that I've picked up. So let's start with the mackerel. It's starting to look like progress. I'm gonna put it in the mail slot if you don't. Alright, you asked for it. Okay. So Mrs. Kill's up to 6. Now again, we can only open one room at a time. But given that we got the workbench up here, I sure would like it if I could try and place these in an appropriate spot. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, though. Okay, I can live with that. We're down to one hawthorn. It's actually kind of neat. So I didn't do this deliberately, but kind of look at how we've wound up playing the game. So I have been moving deeper and deeper into the house. But if you think of how I've wound up like putting my books and everything, like I've been sleeping in Solomon's room. I've got all the books that I plan on reading and studying, like at like the pale desk at Solomon's desk. I've really kind of made this my little base of operations, which I think is kind of neat. Again, it wasn't deliberate, but it's just sort of interesting how that turned out that way. How's the coffee, by the way, Rouge Light Girl? All right, Radiant Stair. The Watchman's Shrine here is decorated with the Eye Elegabline, a controversial variant of the Watchman's Eye. The Elegabline rites have always been have always had a shaky doctrinal status. It would not often have been seen, of course. These stairs were reserved for the choir monks who sang the Liturgy of the Hours, the ones permitted to enter the chancel. Still, it is a little surprising that the eye was allowed to remain, even when the monastery was dissolved and the aisle given to the dwarfs. So this is a shrine to the Watchman. There are a couple things I want to do before I wrap up tonight, but at 7.5 hours I am going to have to think about wrapping it up fairly soon. I can't believe I almost let the day pass without getting Mrs. Kell to do her task. Alright, the web-snared room. The cobwebs here are thick as ivy, clinging to the walls and furniture. Black-furred bodies rustle stickily. Van Loren was creative here. Many of the spiders are probably only seemings, but the webs are real, and it'll be long and tiresome work clearing away the webs. So I will be willing to fast forward a little bit on this one. Okay, so this is a fairly big milestone for us. So there's a new book to catalog, a Curia book. So the lunar globe, it's Moon Andros, but it's a tool, which is most important for me. It's the Earth, but silvered like the moon, unlabeled and pocked with craters. Caris, a spiraled city, is dimly visible through a vast rolling wave. A sacrifice, a silent crowd watches a robed priest drown a struggling victim in a bowl of rainbowed oil. The Vagabond Desk. An elegant relic repurposed by Green for his small and secret war. The Map Room. At the turn of the century, Sir David Green, 8th librarian and former Nocturnal branch superintendent, had this room refurnished to plan his explorations and to manage the operations of his many agents. Got a vase of roses, a proud ornament, a vagabond desk, and okay, that whole thing is the vagabond desk. So in the next room, we've got the dim hall, which requires either 8 grail or 8 edge. Now, with the grail, I think so. Yeah, we can actually do 8 grail. So it would be Arab with Mrs. Kill. So I need to refresh. Okay, and it's a rainy day. So it's worth remembering that it is the Elegist season. We're actually close to the end of autumn here. So there's a couple things that I want to do with the day. So first we want to consider the smithy. Next we want to consider the rain. So for nectar, we have got 7 nectar. Yeah, so 7 nectar is the best we're gonna get. We can hire an orchard keeper. So an orchard keeper with health gets 3 nectar. Rain gives them 5. And then with the dandelion wine, that makes them 7. Okay. So the question then becomes, do we get them to open the deserted well or the wrecked pantry? I feel like the deserted well. Well, the fisherman has 2 moon. So we're technically going into a season where it's more likely that they'll be able to do it. But on the other hand, 7 heart is not that hard for us to get anymore. So I think I'm going to go for the deserted well. Okay, so we'll lock that in. So that's the health spoken for and the rain. This is from an orchard keeper. In autumn, the orchard keepers come to sell their wares at Brandkrug. A shilling will buy one's help. Next up. So we'll speak with Denzel because we want to boost him to a... I'll give him the 10 shilling note now. What do you need? Okay, so that's the metal spoken for. So next up we want to get the foresight. So we have the usual suspects for that. Okay, so the tea is spoken for. I need to serve the dandelion wine. board out. Okay. So next up, I want to catalog a book. So there's a little bit of a danger using whist here, but I've kind of already worked myself into a corner on that. All right, so we've got 3 to work with. Now, I am rather tempted to play with the... So there's 2 things I can do. I can try and open the box of oddities and rarities. Alternatively, I can play with the pet. I would actually like to see a little bit of what happens with the chimeric larva. So I think we're gonna talk. Let's actually start with the whist. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. Oh, I chose a bad time to tie up the talk. In Cornwall, it's quite possible to take a stride from the richest vegetation into the abomination of desolation. It has been said in mockery that Cornwall does not grow wood enough to make coffins for the people. Sabine Baringgould. Okay, this is going to be a little bit of a tap dance, but we can make this work. So I think I'll load up the Orchard Keeper first, because in the end with Denzel all that we lose is the money, whereas with the Orchard Keeper we potentially lose we have to wait another year. Okay, we've catalogued the book, The Collected Hush House Lectures. In the 1800s, Dr. Aaron Peel was invited to give a series of lectures to the Curia. They combine his pithy view of the histories with his particular brand of unhelpfully ironical insight. So that's a 4 moon text. That's well within our abilities. Looks like I'm just going to be carrying that around for a while because I've already jammed the bookshelves full of stuff. Alright, there's the foresight that we needed. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. So before we do that, let's get the Orchard Keeper in the rain. It's got to be rain, health, dandelion wine, then Denzel, metal, foresight, spanner, then Lapsang Souchong, because that's the one that can't be restored. I'm ready to lend my limbs, boost heart scale and nectar. And gone, but you enjoyed. Okay, I think I'm probably gonna have to wrap it up, maybe after today or tomorrow. And I'm mostly just dealing with the fact that I need to kind of get ready for my day at this point. So, if I can record more, I will. But I suspect probably the beta will be closed by the time I stream tonight, so... Okay, so last but not least, the dandelion wine, a nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects, they'll also be glad of the refreshment. Down to the Grussians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. Okay. So, lock them in. Deserted well. This well is choked and filthy. It'll need to be purified inside and out. On to Denzel. So it's a minute for the memory and the metal, then a minute for the spanner and the drink. So I think we'll be fine. But obviously we're finishing this before we play with our pet. The worst that we lose by playing with the pet and then not sort of seeing it through is just, you know, I lose an element of the soul that I could have been using for something else. Okay, so this will bring them up to 6. Alright, Hush House Well. Here I can drop water or drop something in, most likely to be lost forever. So with heart... Yeah. With heart, presumably I can bring up some water. Renounce. Yeah, no, not doing that. Creeper Crowded Descent, leaves, flowers, thorns, especially thorns. Okay, that's going to take some effort. Stop. Spanner time. Can lend my assistant something to help increase their abilities. There's been a well here since the days of the Sisterhood, and superstitions have gathered around it like leaves and drifts. Its water has a healing virtue if drawn on a night of the new moon. It's ill luck to draw from it if you hear an owl. If you drip the blood of a living enemy into the well, they'll drown, and so on. Certainly when Numa comes, the mists lie thick here. Kitchen garden, so that's 9 Grail. That might actually be something we can work with, but I would need a second Arab for it. Okay, so finally we give him the tea, so we know we're at least going to be able to open the... going to be able to open the path. I can offer my assistant something to drink. Kind of wanted to use the FET for something, but I don't know how many stages there are with the larva, so it could just be the very hungry caterpillar, but we'll see. Okay, down to the Grussians. So let's have a chat with my hungry larva. Feed the beastie. Satisfy this creature's appetite. Food will make a hungry beast or a wild one cooperative. Okay, moving on. We want to get Denzel working on the Oloman Tower. The stairway has been chained off, more than chained off. The whole thing is wrapped or swathed in chains. Authoritative sigils forbid entry. So 1 minute for that. And again, I don't mind carrying around the book, but that's going to be one that we... Actually, theoretically, we could do that with Fett. I don't know. I don't need to use every element of the soul every single day. It does sort of represent a bit of a waste if I don't use it, but given that I wanted to clear out my inventory of all the extra crap, I'm not entirely sure. Like, I'm not super sad that I'm not getting another Hawthorne blank. Okay, a couple of texts for me to catalog. A full belly makes a helpful friend. This beastie is now inclined to cooperate. A rhyme. This held something. Okay, so it seems like... Yeah, it seems like I just sort of jumped between the two states. Like, I didn't actually seem to get anything from that. So what might be interesting is to see what happens if I try to talk with the the wild version of the beast. But all right, the church tower. The bells in the tower rang every Sunday, even in Solomon Husher's time, until Thirza Blake finally cancelled. Numa. We are at the threshold of Numa, the labyrinth season. The season lasts only a single day. When Numa ends, all memories will vanish with it, even persistent ones like skill lessons. A matter of what moves in the mist, drawing a new Numa incident. Oh man, I kind of want to see what Numa is like, but this is actually a good place to wrap it up. Give it a couple seconds to see if the weather comes up. Noom Broom. Numa's Brumous Vapors. And Julian Cosley. Magus Winterlong, controversial philosopher, for an immortal exalted by an hour of silence, especially one who might be dead. He has a great deal to say for himself over the years. So here he's a visitor, understands Frisian. This is something or someone from Numa, the time when seems and is cross swords with history and eternity. He understands Greek. He's interested in Moon level 7. Understands Aramaic. Understands Arikepaean. Interested in winter. And understands Latin. So the big question here would be, like, I can satisfy both the winter and the moon. But this is an opportunity for me to learn Arikepaean, which is one of those texts, Nin's Cages. Now, I guess if I had to choose between the two, I suppose I would say 16 Heart is too difficult for me to understand. But this is definitely a this is a weird one. Oh man, actually this is a good time. Okay, so I can see the sort of the risk reward trade-off here. So in one sense, if you excuse me. So if you use the season to study a work and it gives you a bunch of lessons learned, you're potentially signing yourself up for a lot of heartache if you can't use all of those lessons learned. On the other hand, right, like 5 Nock, 5 Moon, 5 Rose, 5 Winter, that's huge, right? Like that's oh man, I'm just trying to think here actually. So as an example, let's say, I don't think this is the best one that I can give, but does it take any flower? This doesn't have a winter aspect, but oh right, it won't take flower for that. All right, so huh. Well, then I can't add a flower in there, though. Some promise here? Nope, but I can't add it. Oh, yes, I can. In the dispensary? Alright, so if we did... oh, God, but it doesn't take the Noom Room. Okay. What about the Alchemist Glassware? Nope. That won't take flowers. I think I'm out of luck. Some of the cooler recipes were... So, there used to be this fun little cheat with a workbench up here where you can kind of throw anything in, but it's since been fixed to only accept wood, tools, and remains. So... gotta find a way to somehow make the dispensary or the well, okay, basically what I need to do here is not use Noom Broom, but it's what I've currently got available. So okay, cool. I think this is a good marker for me to stop, though. It is quite late, and I'd love to do more of this. I mean, if there's time, I have no idea the exact hour at which this thing stops running, but it was July 23rd when I started. But yeah, we'll see where this all goes. I've got some bug reports too. Oh, that's interesting. It just crashed. Okay. Just made a note of that. It doesn't say my key is revoked quite yet. All right. It's an hour from the 25th here. Oh man. Okay. But yeah, thank you everybody for this extended sort of surprise stream. I do hate that I'm leaving so many of you. Because I know it is kind of like double what I had people in terms of people watching at the start, but I need to stop. So thank you everybody. I am, as much as I can, I wanted to record video for this. If there's anything extra that I can do, that will be on YouTube. I will be gradually putting that up, but there's some videos that are in the queue ahead of it. Um, Otherwise, Book of Hours is going to be going out for broadcasters in a couple weeks, I think. So I don't know when the next time I'll be playing the game is, but I mean, the game is less than a month away from release anyway. So one way or another, we will be able to spend some quality time together, and more importantly, in a more stable version of the game that doesn't involve, the saves being overwritten, so on and so forth. There's definitely some stuff I want to try and get through before this one goes away, though. So I will try and do whatever recording I can in the time that I have available, but no promises, of course. But anyways, thank you, everybody. Let's see if there's anybody. Okay, nobody doing Book of Hours. Is anybody doing Cultist Simulator? Nope. Phantom Brigade. Nope. All right, I think I'm just gonna have to say goodnight. So thank you, everybody, again. I am gonna still try and broadcast tonight. I may get a later start just because I need to get everything sorted out. But I will see some of you later, and for the rest of you, see you in a little while when after Book of Hours is available to me again. Take care.